Well, Tracy is valiantly trying to keep me on a tight schedule, a speaking schedule, which is a lost war before she starts. But welcome to 2025 Developer Day, being hosted today by the North Dakota Department of Commerce and the Economic Development Association of North Dakota. We're excited to have you all here. We host Developer Day because staying connected across the state is crucial. I forgot my one job here. Hold on. There we go. It's an opportunity to align, collaborate, and support each other in growing North Dakota. I've been with Commerce for almost 4 years. All I can say is thank you for all your patience and support. We deeply value our partnerships with EDOs, EDCs, JDAs, and communities across the state. Your work drives the success of our economic future as a state. Now for the big part. No pressure, right? Somebody restrain Tracy. This is where Rich goes off script. So, how could I possibly screw this up? I need to introduce my new boss, who then will introduce his new boss. No danger in that. Only danger I can see is that Rich is going to go over schedule and blow the whole day. So. Before we bring Chris up to the stage, just a brief background. Chris started his economic development career right here in North Dakota. Then after a brief stint to the lesser Dakota, we call the dark side, Governor Armstrong executed a trade like any good baseball manager and brought Chris up to manage the North Dakota Department of Commerce. Good baseball reference there. You can see I've done my homework. So the game plan of both the governor and Chris is very straightforward. Focus on getting things done and celebrating those wins with our community partners. It's more about ribbon cuttings and letting the results speak louder than the headlines. So with no further ado, please help me in welcoming my new boss and the new Commissioner of Commerce, Chris Shilkin.
Thanks, Rich. Good morning, everybody. So appreciate everybody taking the time out to be here to join us today. We got a great schedule for you. But one of the things that I get the pleasure of doing is working for Governor Armstrong, who is very committed to economic development across the state, tourism, and making sure that our communities are on the forefront and cutting edge of growing the state and being on the forefront of that. So I get reminded of that in meetings that we're in because, you know, we want to make sure that as Commerce, we're making a difference in carrying out that mission. So without any further ado, will you help me welcome to the stage our 34th Governor, Governor Kelly Armstrong.
It's always nice when you have people who work for you introduce you. When your college buddies introduce you, it gets a little rowdier and you hear some stories and you get different things. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for what you do every day. You know, we have a lot of different challenges that face growing our economy in North Dakota, and they're different challenges than they used to be. We used to have to try and figure out how to get somebody to open something in a small town in western North Dakota so we didn't lose another 50 kids out of high school. And that really isn't the case anymore. I joke about this. I'm going to have to get some new stuff, but I think it's really true. I'm the first governor in my lifetime who hasn't run on jobs. I mean, every governor of either party who's run for governor since I've been involved in politics and even before, their number one campaign slogan is jobs, jobs, jobs. We need workforce. We need development. We need infrastructure. We need cops and teachers and people to work at restaurants and firefighters and emergency services and water and gas and all of the different things that each community in North Dakota needs in order to expand and grow. And so as we sit here before, I do have scripted remarks. Sometimes I use them, sometimes I don't. More often I don't. But I would say this, and I think it's really important, and I think it's important for everybody who deals in this space. And unfortunately, when you're doing economic development, there is no way to do it anywhere on the planet that doesn't involve the government. That's just the way it is. It can be a local planning and zoning board. It can be a township board. It can be a county commission. It can be a city commission. It can be the state of North Dakota. It can be commerce. It can be the DOT. It could be DEQ. It could be job service. It could be work WSI. It could be the federal government. And oftentimes it's all of those things. And I would say that one of the things we have to do as government, and one of the things that we have to strive to do, is make sure that we are setting up the infrastructure for you all to succeed. We are under far more scrutiny. Most of the time, it's not accurate, but it's instant. There are a lot of opinions. Just a completely different example. There was a Minot special election for mayor last night. And it ended up not being as close as I think a lot of people thought, with 4 people running in a special election in August. They actually had pretty good turnout. And one of the city commissioners, who has been on the city commission for a long, long time and is just a really good, decent human being, won the race. That's how it's supposed to go. Instantly, the first comment on social media: rigged, stolen. Like, I'm not entirely sure how you steal an election by 4,000 votes in a special election in the city of Minot, but that comment gets more traction than it deserves. That comment gets more things than it deserves. That comment gets more oxygen than it deserves, because quite frankly, it deserves 0. It shouldn't have any. There's no basis. In fact, there was an exclamation point, so he was serious. But I bring that up because each and every new thing you bring into a community, it doesn't matter where it is, doesn't matter what it is always going to be under scrutiny. There's always going to be somebody who doesn't want it. And I think as far as messaging goes and how we deal with this, I've thought about this a long time. I was a state party chairman. I've worked really hard over 15 years in politics to try and figure out how to get the silent majority to not be the silent majority. The silent majority has hot dogs burning on the stove. Somebody forgot their soccer bag at school. Somebody didn't turn in their homework and they're late for a baseball practice. Or they are a small business owner who also serves on planning and zoning and is a volunteer city commissioner or school board member or somebody else doing all of those different things. The silent majority is never going to be anything but the silent majority. They're too busy. They don't spend their lives online in the comment section of political Facebook, whether it's local, state, or national. They just don't. So my challenge to everybody, and my challenge to you all in the room, is don't wait for the air cover. They're not coming. But they're with you, because they care about their community. They care about growth. They care about all of those things. The bigger problem is when you're going and you're doing this stuff and you're working hard and you're trying to do something that benefits Western North Dakota or Eastern North Dakota or Fargo or Grand Forks or Hillsborough or Williston or Watford or any of the communities in between. The people who comment the loudest are almost certainly not the majority. So how do you overcome some of those things, and how do you not let that grow up and turn into something? It's by creating, and this is where, government, we had one baseball analogy. Government should call balls and strikes. I want to develop, we talk about moving gas from the Bakken to Fargo and moving all of that across the western part of the state. It's huge for our budget. It's huge for every one of those communities in between. I want you all to go rally up the businesses that want to connect to that gas. I want to build the infrastructure. I want to build the pipeline. I want to make sure there's access to water. I want to make sure there's access to power. And I want each and every community and each and every local development board and each and every one of the different people along that line to know that they have a fair shake to participate in recruiting a business. That could be an AI business. It could be a value-added ag business. It could be a fertilizer. It could be any of those things. It could be in a town the size of Bismarck, or it could be in the town the size of Steele. And the answer is we're not really good. We're good at facilitating programs. We're good at making sure people understand what is available from the state level. But I have never seen one of these entities come into a community, particularly the bigger ones and the ones that really move, when the community doesn't really want it. The best advocate for a community is the community. I mean, first of all, almost all of these all of them are successful, are long-term marriages between a community and a business and an economic enterprise. right? Like the state can help close, the state can figure out how we can do some things, how we do those things, but the state's not recruiting somebody to Grand Forks or to Dickinson or to Watford. The city of Watford, the city of Dickinson, the city of Grand Forks, and the people involved and engaged in those processes are the people who are going to invite them in. And then we'll come in and we'll help and we'll figure out what we need to do, particularly if we're competing against a different state at a different time, and figure out how we can facilitate whatever levers of government are appropriate to make sure that we can compete in that space and sometimes help close the deal. But at the end of the day, economic development it's the definition of locally starting and locally controlled. Because if the area, people are pretty comfortable if they're not really wanted, or if it's going to be a bigger mess than it is. So that's our goal. Our goal is to help you guys build your communities, build your agencies, build your industries. And then I think we sometimes forget, I always talk about this a lot. I've been down to Applied Digital, and it's unbelievable. It's world class. You would never expect that to be in small town North Dakota. But you know what the coolest thing about Applied Digital is? I think a year and a half ago, there were no restaurants in Ellendale. None. They didn't have one. Tell me a community in North Dakota that's growing that doesn't have a restaurant. It's why when we went to the Tornadoes in Page and the local bar and grill, we're talking about grain storage and shelter belts and lost crop. And I'm like, the bar and grill in Page doesn't survive without help. And nobody else is opening a new bar and grill in Page, North Dakota. Tell me a town in North Dakota that's growing without a restaurant, because it doesn't exist. Now they have 5. They have 5. That's a community that's a perfect example of, at best, for the next 50 years, they tread water. And we have those communities all across the state. And now, by the way, when you drive down there, there's still corn in the field, there's still wheat, there's still ducks in the ditch. It's still North Dakota. And if the Matrix is going to take over the world, it might as well be here. But it's a community that figured out how to do this. They had the right resources, they had the right partner, and they made a company come in. I mean, I always say this when you're trying to hire an addiction counselor, and we don't have enough addiction counselors in school nationwide to fill the open positions. We all know North Dakota is a really great place, but if you're graduating with an addiction counseling degree from Vanderbilt and you have a choice to go to Naples or Williston, and you've never been to either, we have a hard time. Once we get them here, we can keep them. And that's why we work so hard on tourism. That's why we work so hard on building up the things that make our communities, big communities and small, brighter, and all of that. We have one built-in advantage. We are incredibly generous, nice people. And people who come into these communities and have no idea what they're coming into, and quite frankly, usually have a black cloud over their head when they're coming in. One of the easiest examples of that is Minot Air Force Base, right? People from all over the country who get assigned to Minot probably come here with some version of horror or trepidation. And you talk to any of the airmen in Minot after they've been involved in that community for 2 years, 3 years, 6 months, and they're like, we didn't know what this was going to be, but we have never felt so welcome in your life. In fact, when you talk to people leaving out of Minot, the one thing is, which we can't change, is I'd love to stay here except it's too cold. That we can't change, but we can change everything else, and we can recruit and we can retain and we can do all of those things. So as you're here today, as you're working for it, as you're drafting for that, I would just say that as somebody who grew up running a small business, grew up in a town that went from a town in western North Dakota that was dying to now is not, I am very, very excited about what you're doing. Commerce wants to be a partner. They want to help you succeed. Economic development starts locally. It always has. It always will. For years, you've asked for the state to access robust site selection and marketing tool. The one thing I will talk about a little bit, because I don't know, I'm sure you'll hear about it again, but I get to go first, is we're happy to say that Commerce is now providing it with the recent implementation of the LOIS Lasso software. It's a powerful GIS-enabled platform. Allows communities, developers to market available sites and buildings to businesses and site selectors nationwide. Through an enterprise agreement, Commerce is able to make this tool available to all communities to even level the playing field. I do really want to say thank you to Commissioner Shilkin and the rest of the Commerce team and partners for getting this up and running. It's a small but significant way to invest in our state. You'll hear a lot of this from our office, and you'll hear a lot of it from Chris as you go through this. We've had a lot of time in North Dakota to be aspirational. We have been blessed at a time. I mean, people forget in 2010, the rest of the world was in a recession. We were not. We faced challenges with an oil boom, but I can promise you, everywhere else in the world would have taken our challenges versus their challenges in August of 2010 or April of 2011. But we have to get more operational. We are competing for workforce, we are competing for housing, we are competing for new industry, we are competing for value-added ag, we are competing for gas, we are competing for power, we're competing for data and AI and everything else. And lofty goals are great, but when people are moving at the speed of light, aspiration doesn't get them here. Operational competency does. And so the best thing you can do for us as economic developers, as people that are involved in this space, is make sure we know about it before it becomes a problem. There are going to be extraterritorial zones that are fighting with cities, that are fighting with counties, that have a problem with the DEQ, that think all of the different things that go into siting and building new things. It is way easier to deal with them, particularly the bruised egos in relationships, if we know about them in advance and don't have to solve them after the relationship has already deteriorated to the point of yelling and screaming. I'm good at those meetings too. I'm a former baseball coach and criminal defense attorney. I've been yelled at by everybody, like literally everybody. But it's a lot easier for us to help facilitate answers to questions before they become answers to really big problems. Go out, open your front door, open the gate, tell everybody you're welcome for business, make sure, and then the other thing that I think we have to do a lot better job at operationally, just because the dynamics of the infrastructure demand it. Doesn't do a lot of good for a business to move in with 400 new jobs if they don't know how to staff them. Because the last thing in the world I want is a really cool business to come into a community and steal all the cops and steal all the teachers and I want everybody to be able to better their lives and have good competition in the marketplace and do all of that. But it doesn't do any good if you're bringing in economic activity and all of a sudden restaurants are closing down instead of opening up because they can't find help. We have to have a more holistic approach to economic development. The market demands it. The workforce market demands it. We have to get creative. We have to use tech. We have to use innovation, and we have to use a lot of different things in which we can do this stuff. But we also want to welcome people into our communities, and we want to bring them here, and we want to continue to grow North Dakota and do it in a way that is responsible, reliable, and most importantly, doesn't change the fabric of who we are. The reason we like value-added agriculture is because we're good at it. The reason we like at data and AI is because we have the best fiber build out in this country, and we have power, and we have infrastructure, and we have a good business climate. But what we really want to do is bring those businesses into communities so we can open 5 more restaurants, or just 2, so that our healthcare gets a little better, our schools get a little better, and our kids have a better experience so they never want to leave, or if they do leave, they come back. And at the end of the day, that's what we always talk about, economic development with a bottom line, but that's not what it's about. It's about thriving communities. It's about a community where people, when they graduate from high school and go to college or go to the military or do whatever it is they do, they come back because they miss it. And that involves tourism, it involves hunting, it involves fishing, it involves baseball games, it involves basketball games, it involves soccer, it involves school plays, it involves art, it involves all of walking trails and ATV trails and fishing on the river and fishing in Sakakawea. And we can really, really accentuate the things we're really good at. But from my perspective, economic activity and economic development is about creating a North Dakota that survives and competes in the middle of the marketplace for the next 50 to 100 years and allows every North Dakota high school kid who graduates from high school to build a life, a career, and a family here. And we have it now. But if you're not moving forward, you're moving backwards. And we have to put our foot on the gas, so to speak, and figure out the best ways to operationalize these opportunities and have a strategic advantage with every other state in the region and in the country on how we attract and retain this type of stuff. And how we're delivering the economy that our graduates want to work in, how we're doing those things. And we can't do it without your help. In fact, we're bad at it from a centralized location. You're good at it from where you're at with feet on the ground and boots on the ground and understanding what's going on. But we're here to help. We're here to give you every chance you can to help grow whatever community you come from, whatever industry you come from, whatever agency you come from. And I'm excited for your day today, and I hope you have a great time. Thanks.
Well, with that, thank you, Governor Armstrong. Inspiring words. And I think we understand the assignment. Now I'd like to welcome Chris back up to the stage. We are going to enter into a legislative update panel here in actually we're 6 minutes behind. Just a few minutes here. So legislative update panel. So I'd like to welcome all the directors from North Dakota Commerce to come up on stage. It's a little bit about baseball today, Maria. You don't get a walk-up song. So.
Don't get walk-ups?
We ditching this?
All right, good morning. Thanks, Rich. All right, I'll have to watch out for that. So on our legislative update, we can have our directors talk about legislative that was passed, and we can kind of wait for some strategies maybe at the end on talk about things that didn't pass, and maybe some strategies where you folks can help us as we build out some legislative strategy going into next session, which I think will be really important for you all in this room to help us get there. So to get things kicked off, we'll have Katie get us started on legislative update on the workforce side. So Katie.
Great. Okay, thanks, Chris. Good morning, everyone. I'm Katie Ralston-Howe. I've been the Workforce Director with Commerce for almost 6 years and recently started to take on a new responsibility as Deputy Commissioner for the agency. And so my update right now will be specific to the Workforce Division, and then we'll turn it over to the rest of the team to talk about their respective budgets and any other legislation that impacts the work that they're doing. So within Workforce, this session ended a lot differently than last session, to be really transparent. You know, last session we were so excited with the investment that we got in new workforce solutions that were all developed and recommended by the Workforce Development Council. We didn't just see that in Commerce, we saw it across a number of state agencies, Job Service, CTE, DPI, all had a hand in implementing the work that was recommended by the Workforce Development Council. This session, you know, the legislature was looking at how those programs were doing, and the challenge with workforce that you all well know is that it takes time to really see the return on investment. And so we realistically have like 18 months to really drive some serious results before heading into the legislative session. And so at the end of the session, we walked away with significantly less than we came in with in terms of legislative investment. And so first, the Regional Workforce Impact Program, which started in 2022 with federal ARPA dollars that were American Rescue Plan Act, sorry for the acronym. We were able to use that funding to really jumpstart a program that fueled locally led workforce solutions. I know many of you in the room and your local partners through your community or your region have been involved in that program. We had $5 million appropriated to us for that program. We came in asking for 10, and throughout the session that got cut down, and we ended with 5. So later today, I'll talk about the changes that we're making to that program as a result of a drastic change in funding. The Technical Skills Training Grant is another widely utilized program that started again with federal COVID dollars back in 2020. And that program has since been funded with state dollars. We're really pleased with that. We have $1 million, which is cut from the $2 million that we were asking for. So we can work with that. We have carryover from the previous biennium because we also had COVID dollars that we had to use first last biennium. So we're actually sitting pretty well with that program. We've got almost $2 million total. So that program is open on a rolling basis and available for your partners and companies in your community to access. Operation Intern, this was big. This is like the one area that we actually were really excited with what we got, and I want to thank you for your support because I think it is the voice of community partners and local businesses that helped us get $3 million for Operation Intern, which is much more than we've ever had for that program. It's widely utilized across the state. As many of you know, Operation Intern is like the day we open applications, it's like Black Friday. Everybody's there clicking on right at 8 a.m. to get their application in. Funding goes, within a business day. So now we have increased funding up from $1 million last biennium. We came in asking for 3, we walked out with 3. So thank you for your support in helping us get that across the finish line. The Global Talent Office, formerly known as the Office of Legal Immigration, has $1 million now. This is actually what was in the executive budget. And so we're pleased with what we got there. With that funding, we'll be running the operations of the Global Talent Office, which now is a statutory change to the name of that office. And the grant that we administer out of that office is also included within this $1 million. Again, we have carryover funding, so we're in a good spot with that program. I'm not too worried about it. The one program that we are really disappointed didn't get any funding is Find the Good Life. Our talent attraction efforts are critically important to helping bring workers and their families to the state. They don't just fill jobs, they become valued members of our communities. And without funding in this area, it's really hard to continue doing that work. Fortunately, we do have carryover funding for our talent attraction initiatives, and so we are able to continue doing that work through this biennium, but it'll be a little lean. So it'll look a little different. Sarah will talk about the marketing side of that because that funding is shared between the tourism and marketing and the workforce divisions to help generate that awareness, create some buy-in, and then help get people to North Dakota. So I think I've covered all of our budget requests. I'll turn it over to Maria to talk about the Division of Community Services.
Thank you. I don't know if this is in order or we're just going down the line. So we're just going. All right. Good morning. Chris, anything to say before I go? Okay. Is that okay that I did that? Okay. Too late now. All right. Good morning, everyone. Maria Efforts with the Division of Community Services. Thanks to your beautiful and our wonderful marketing department, we are the orange pieces of paper in a really massive, thick stack of paper you have. We are in a digital world. I get it. But these are handy to have when you take back. So that folder that's full of information or even extra folders around the room that's full of information, take them back home with you so you have quick access to either reference yourself or hand out to others. And so I just wanted to say our marketing team is awesome and everybody has a different color. I'm orange. So when it came to legislative activities. I want to first give a huge thank you to everyone in the room. I was texting and emailing you most of the time, 9:30 at night, saying, please contact your legislator right now, right now. That was in regard to the housing, but oftentimes it was, please, send a note, show up, be there if you can. And your impact made a huge difference because they can hear from us, but when they hear it in real life and in real time, it makes a difference. So I want to extend a huge gratitude of thanks. We didn't get the housing through, but I think we'll talk about that a little bit more. The governor has a strong objective for that. You need housing and you need support in housing. We'll go back. We'll keep advocating. In the meantime, we're working on finding those best practices, finding those solutions that may help you. But if you have a specific need or you have an idea, please feel free to come up and reach out to me. The 3 other, what I would call grants that are available for our communities or our regional councils. The first one is open right now, the grocery store grant. Again, thanks to many of you in the room, I'm going to point out Ellen. Ellen Huber was a huge asset, and congratulations on your last award. It's going to go a long ways in making some difference with your Bush Foundation award too. I want to call that out. Nice job. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That is going to make a big difference in the food access in North Dakota across the state, I believe. But the $1 million is open right now. So if you have a grocery store or you have a food processing, possibly, depending on how they want to look at it, facility that you think is in the spot that they can increase their bottom line. And so sustainable has been a kind of a hindrance in some cases for people. They call me up and they go, what is sustainable? And the easy way to think about that when you're looking at your grocery stores and your small convenience stores that want to expand is, will that any additional grant funding create a sustainable business that will be an interest to somebody to buy in the future? Because as the governor said, without a restaurant, you can't survive. I tell you, if you don't have a restaurant, a grocery store, there's no way anyone is going to move to town. So think of that as you go through. Those grants are open right now. The other 2 that are open or that will be open soon is the Catalyst Fund, and the Catalyst funds are intended to be exactly what it says. How do you capitalize and catalyze some of the work that you're doing to grow your community, to make it become more vibrant? As the governor said, that location where people want to move to. Stay tuned for those. We'll hopefully open those up in Q3 still. So stay tuned on that. The last funding source that I'm very excited about, and again, I think you in this room were a huge asset in making it happen, was the regional council funding. It's supporting those entities, the regional councils that live and work in your area. Most people in this room are professionals, get paid to do what you do. But if you go out into our communities, there's a lot of people who either the auditor has the job of development, or there's a volunteer organization that does it, or the chamber has it. Well, they need some help, and the regional councils are there. I'm really glad to see that they'll be supported, and I hope that that is a continuing process, because they're the ones that can help you get the pieces put together. We're here at the state to help you also when it comes to building a community. But sometimes somebody local is the one that can put the gaps together to fill in the details. The last thing that I want to talk about when it comes to legislation is not state legislation, but federal. A lot of our programs are reliant on federal funding. As of today, they're all secure. I can't tell you what's going to look like tomorrow, but as of today and probably into 2025, our funding levels for community development block grants, weatherization, the LIHEAP funding actually increased. The state energy program are all secure. So when you're going through some of these folders and these informations and you see an opportunity for energy efficiency in your publicly owned buildings or workforce development that's in the energy development area, we still have funds. So please call us. Because the last thing I want to do is give money back to the federal government. I don't like giving it back to the state, but the last place I want to do is give it back to the federal government. So please give me a call if you have any of that, or stop and visit with us. Those dollars are there. The last thing I want to mention, because it gets lost a lot of times, is the community development block grant is available for economic development. It's a grant. If it is a grant to the business, it's going to rely on job creation, and it's going to rely on job creation of people who are in income eligible brackets. It is not an easy grant, but we have a lot of really qualified staff to walk you through it. I have made it a personal mission to go and visit with as many businesses that possible to be able to use this grant, because it is completely underutilized, and I think there's an opportunity for it. Where the easy ones happen, grocery stores usually don't have high-paying jobs. Daycares usually don't have high-paying jobs. So some of those service-oriented businesses in your community, call me. Let's see what we can do. Did I go backwards or forwards? There we go.
Got mics coming everywhere. Did Maria leave it on? Yes, she did. Thank you, Maria. Well, we've met before. I'm Rich Garman, Director of Economic Development and Finance. I've been here a little over 3 years, working on 4 here, pretty close. I want to talk to you today a little bit about where we ended up in economic development and finance. I don't want to say that we didn't receive any really new programs, but what we did is we enhanced what we have. Kind of the backbone of our toolbox is the North Dakota Development Fund. We've taken that North Dakota Development Fund, which I'll give you a few statistics on later, has been in existence since the early 90s. It's been very successful at throwing stuff on the stage. It's been very successful at providing financing for a wide variety of projects over the last several decades. What we were able to achieve this last session was to be able to take that North Dakota Development Fund and add a few twists and turns to it to help better manage what we have in front of us right now. One of the biggest things that we've done with the Development Fund, and my boss will be so proud of me right now, is we added a topic called non-primary sector projects. Now, before everybody raises their hand and asks what that is, we're defining it right now on what that looks like. I'd like to probably advance the definition a little bit and say it's near primary sector, but not quite primary sector. Right, Chris? Near sector. Near sector. So we will be defining that to offer more opportunity for smaller projects that may not quite meet primary sector criteria. And speaking of primary sector, Sarah did a lot of work there defining exactly what primary sector looked like across all of the Century Code. There were several areas in the Century Code that were a bit ambiguous and maybe even contradictory. Primarily, bad pun there, we're talking about tourism primary sector. And tourism is definitely falls within the sector of that. And so she went through and helped clean up what that looks like across Century Code, so there's not contradictory language in there. So back to primary sector, what is it? We all understand what it is, but that's the key to accessing a lot of the programs within the Department of Commerce. What some of the enhancements we've made to the Development Fund, we talked about the one we're working on non-primary sector opportunities. The second large one was slightly defined prior to this session, but we have a new program called Advance ND. If we're actively competing with another project in another state, we have the opportunity now to put some money on the table to compete with other projects. Without naming the projects, there's a project in Grand Forks right now that we're probably going to be utilizing that funding, or at least we will be being asked to utilize that funding to close that deal, which was in direct competition with another major project site elsewhere. So the Development Fund, the budget that it actually has right now is we went in asking for 50 million, I believe. We got that, sort of. We got $25 million appropriation, and then we got a $25 million line of credit from the Bank of North Dakota. That's new to us. We've yet to access that, but it was a novel way to fund the Development Fund at the level at which it needed to move these projects forward. So moving beyond primary sector, I want to talk a little bit about another program that we're starting to work on as well. And this one is 100% has to be driven locally, but we want to be able to support that drive, and that is business retention and expansion. We can provide tools and we can provide some support for business retention and expansion, but BR&E has to be driven and owned at the local level, because nobody knows the businesses better than the local residents of the community. So we're doubling down on our efforts to try and step in and work with the partners in this room and others across the state on what business retention and expansion looks like in North Dakota. We want to identify the problems before they occur. If there's workforce issues, if there's automation issues, whatever the issues are, we want to help identify those. If there's supply chain issues, maybe we can help. Maybe we can go recruit another entity that could come in and support that local business so that they don't struggle to remain open. One other thing that we're trying hard to do now, and Matt's going to be so proud of me now, right here, so, is interaction with site selectors. I've expressed my opinion to Matt a few times on site selectors. It's like, it's really difficult to do that. I know how great North Dakota is. Everybody in here knows how great North Dakota is, but there's a lot of opportunity out there that's hard to get to if you're not in front of those site selectors on their home turf. You've got to go to them a lot of times, and then you can invite them back to North Dakota. So we've made a conscious effort to start participating at a much higher level with site selectors across the nation. Tracy's traveling a lot. I'm traveling a lot to get in front of these folks and show them just how amazing North Dakota is. One of the other things that we've been doing too, we started the last Select USA effort, was we extended an opportunity to bring a local economic developer with us to Select USA, and we'll try to do that with other events as well. We extended it through EDND, and we had an extra attendee available when we paid for our package. So we extended that, and I think Ryan Ashheim went with us to Select USA. I learned a lot about Ryan. I'll just leave it there. No, Ryan's a great guy. He's not even here today to defend his honor, is he? So, but yeah, we had a great time there, and Ryan was right on point, being part of our effort out there at Select USA. So I don't think I've gone over my 10 minutes, so I'm going to cut it off there and pass it along to Sarah. Lots of other great things happening at EDNF, but I just wanted to give you the highlights.
So I get to use your extra minutes? Well, okay. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Adi Coleman. I direct the Tourism and Marketing Division. I am truly the dinosaur of this crowd. I've been doing this for over 23 years at the state and 15 years locally here in Bismarck. So have really put my entire career out there trying to market and tell the story and improve awareness of our great state and all of our offerings. Super exciting to hear Governor Armstrong talk about tourism and talk about the value of some of those businesses that maybe aren't as sexy and maybe don't hit the headlines as much, but are so important for us in growing our economy. Tourism is made up of about 3,000 tourism-related businesses, which is huge. That helps us attract, big numbers to the state, numbers that people don't really can't even really grasp. So there is an updated information sheet in your packet as well on tourism. This reflects the most recent research, our tourism satellite account research, which is all built on economic federal data, which shows that we did grow the pie in 2024 to 26.3 million visitors, and they spent $3.4 million. So great numbers. However, our goal is to keep those numbers growing, but to transition them to longer trips. And that result is, in order to do that, we have to increase product offering, which is those restaurants, it is the retail establishments, it's the recreation offerings, it's the value-added recreation, it's hotels, it's all of the things that we also love and value as a quality of life. We know that of those 26.3 million visitors, almost 17 million of them did not spend a single night in North Dakota. So that's our challenge, right? Our challenge is growing and educating, and we're very challenged budgetarily to accomplish that. And this session just didn't do us a lot of favors. Unfortunately, I think tourism is looked at as discretionary. At the end of the day, when we hear about all this great needs and these great programs and these big aspirations and sexier, more impactful projects or perceived that way, people think that, oh, tourism will just happen. We'll figure it out. That'll take care of itself. And we're starting to see the result of those underinvestments pretty dramatically. While we're growing a little bit, our states around us are growing much, much faster because they're spending 3 times the money. Our marketing budget this year ended up actually down a little bit, partially because we weren't able to do the Find a Good Life marketing, which we think there was a lot of synergy between the two. We were able to combine those and have kind of that dual messaging, you know, come for the visit, stay for the lifestyle kind of things. And so that's going to really depreciate the exposure that we're going to get just in general awareness. And then we had an EDA grant that we'll be kind of finishing out here that will also reduce. Those are some COVID dollars that were left. So our marketing budgets are really, really small. This year we'll hope to invest about $4 million. This year we didn't, and next year, but that's, like I said, literally 17% of what South Dakota pays or spends. So we're looking for solutions. We really want to find a sustainable funding method that isn't kind of at the end of the day where they say, well, we'll just increase tourism, and then we'll have you do one branding and not do Find a Good Life, and then at the end of the day they end up cutting tourism too. So I don't mean to sound a little salty, but you know, we just got to figure this out. We just got to continue to educate. We've got some great advocates out in the community level. We've got some great advocates in the legislature. We just need to empower them and help tell the story a little bit better about how important this is for our communities and the growth across the state. Other legislative things, we were able to retain about 15 million of the destination development grants. Unfortunately, that was down 10 million. We'd asked for 50 because we had 80 million in requests, or I'm sorry, 150 million in requests from 80 projects last go around. So that portal is opened. That opened again. We adjusted some of the criteria a little bit. We've got 3 buckets, and happy to talk offline. We don't have a ton of time here to talk about that, but there's 3 different buckets, 3 different ways you can apply for those funds. That's all open and online. You can get in, and we've extended that deadline then until I think it's the 2nd of September is when that grant will close. Expect to have a lot of interest in it again, and the goal with that is to really build destinations that will generate that longer stay, generate that overnight stay. Our strategy this year is happy to share this with everybody. We do this every year. We identify our strategic priorities and really try to determine how we can invest the money for the best return for everybody across the state. And we've got our KPIs and our strategies all out there. So if anybody would like a copy of that, please let me know. Also, I'd refer you on to the website for the details. This will have the map on it that'll show the county breakdown for the tourism dollars that were generated in your county. But when you go online into that specific report, you're able to see the spending in each category within your county. So super helpful to know, okay, did I grow in recreation, or did I lose money in accommodations? Oh, that makes sense. This hotel lost their HVAC system and had to close, or whatever. You can kind of attribute the changes to your individual county. And it's not perfect because it's not by community, but I think most of you know your counties pretty well. So with that, did I talk about most of the high points? I think so. We did also have 6 other grants that were put into the Commerce budget that are also open. They're community and tourism grants specific to historic theaters and historic opera houses and whatnot. So that grant window is also opened. And then I think I'm going to close with a federal legislative thing too. You know, there are a lot of things we can't control. I'm heading up to the Peace Gardens on Saturday to do a handshake across the border because we're really, really noticing the decrease. And I'm sure you're, especially if you're from the northern tier, you're noticing it as well. Our spending so far this year through the second quarter, we're down $14.4 million in visitor spending by Canadians due to like 20 to 30% losses in cross borders. And those, you know, those numbers are real numbers. Those are conservative numbers built on our actual spending research that even includes the day trips. So it's significant, and we're hoping that that will change, hoping that we can continue to educate them that we're friends and we appreciate their visitation, and it should go beyond politics. So with that, I will pass it down to Corby.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with so many partners and colleagues from across the state. Corby Cameron, Partner Relations. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach just to get know each other a little bit. But having joined the Commerce team just 6 months ago, I'd like to share a little bit about myself and how that experience ties into this new role of Partner Relations. Prior to starting the Commerce back in January, I spent 2 years working for U.S. Representative Kelly Armstrong as a Western Regional Director. Part of my job is to cover Western North Dakota on his behalf and to build strong relationships with constituents, to hear from them about the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then report back. Before that, I spent 3 years as Executive Director of the North Dakota Republican Party, again, building strong relationships with legislators, with donors, business and industry, and many others from across the state. Prior to politics, I spent 15 years in higher ed and nonprofit foundation and fundraising work. So again, working with partners, building sustaining relationships on behalf of the organizations I served. So as you can see, building strong collaborative relationships with you, our partners, and your communities across the state is very important to me. I look forward to working with Team Commerce and each of you as we continue to foster economic development, growth across the state, and position North Dakota for continued success. Other areas I'm focused on are establishing working relationships with government entities, collaborating with industry and organizations, monitoring proposed legislation, representing commerce on various task forces, and assisting in promoting the state of North Dakota as a business location for private companies, and creating a more connected economic development ecosystem through tools like BR&E and LOIS Lasso, which you heard the governor talk about. LOIS Lasso, we rolled out this spring and summer, this software. LOIS is a GIS-enabled platform that allows communities and economic developers to market available sites and buildings to businesses and site selectors nationwide. Lasso is a collaborative project management and RFI/RFP tracking system. We conducted successful LOIS and Lasso trainings in July, and we were fortunate today to have both Amy White and Chris Ballback here with us from Strata Platforms to provide in-person training. They know this stuff. They're rock stars with this, so utilize them as much as you can. Another opportunity is to lead the development and implementation of a statewide BR&E strategy, which Rich talked about a little bit. To be honest, we are in the very early stages of this, but we look forward to rolling it out in the near future. In closing, it's a privilege to work for the Department of Commerce, and I encourage you as our partners to reach out to me anytime, as I'm here to help you. Thank you. Allison.
Thanks, Corby. Good morning, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Allison Whitmer, and I'm the Director of Administrative Services at Commerce. I've been with Commerce 4 years this month, and will be with the state 6 in January, and I'm happy to serve the citizens of the state of North Dakota. I just kind of want to touch on carryover exemptions. I know Katie and some others talked about a carryover authority, and I just want to explain what that is for those who don't know. So a carryover exemption is something that has to be added into our budget bill. So all of those programs that Katie and others mentioned that have the exemption, that had to be added into the budget bill and passed when our budget was passed. So if you have a program or a grant that you receive from Commerce and you're not going to spend all the money and it's a reimbursement grant, you need to reach out to your program manager when we're doing the budget bill so we can add that exemption in, because all appropriations will expire at the end of the biennium. So June 30th, 2025, any funds that did not have that exemption return to the general fund or SIF if that's expired. So I just wanted to touch on that quickly, that has to be added to the budget bill. Else, I'm sorry, I can't help you as much as I want to, I just can't. So just something to think about if you receive a grant from Commerce, going into this biennium. A lot of people touched on the reductions this session that we received. And I think one of the caveats of being Commerce is we're one of the last budgets that does get passed. I think down to the wire, it was us, OMB, and the Industrial Commission and DOT. So when that happens, a lot of our funding does get cut, and we would really want to get passed, really towards beginning of April. So then we can go about our day and not spend, we're up till 3 a.m. watching the Final Four session. So I do want to highlight on some of those items that were cut. So from the executive budget recommendation of Governor Armstrong, we had a $219 million in recommendations to be added to our budget. The legislative budget that was passed was 121 million. So that's a difference of 97 million in reduction that we'll receive in Commerce's budget this biennium. And looking at those total reductions, the reductions was 109.5 million from Governor Armstrong's recommendations, with additions of 11.775 million, leading into that difference of 97 million. So why I touch on this is because we need your support and your testimony. And please email or call your legislator, show up at the committee hearing. Your attendance along shows support. Several of Governor Armstrong's recommendations, like I mentioned, were reduced or not funded. And if you're frustrated with Commerce being undervalued, as I know we all are, let your legislator know how this impacts you and your community during this interim period of underfunding. Thank you.
All right, well, please help me thank the directors for that legislative recap. I think now if we could just do some question and answers before any closing remarks. I know we've got some mics around. There are some closing remarks I could probably give if you've watched the last couple weeks with, I'm sure you're all familiar with Doge out there. So I think a couple of things to keep in mind. I can add some color commentary at the end, but I think questions will be important of what we're talking about here.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Can you guys dive in a little more to your BRE program, what you're thinking? I'm thinking very tactically, like, are you looking to reach out to local economic developers and partner with them? Are you going in individually? What information are you trying to get out? And how do communities or local economic developers partner to get that information up? And then finally, how are you sharing that information back down to those who need to hear it?
So great question. So the very preliminary thoughts of what we're thinking is we're going to provide a tool that all communities, much like LOIS, can access for no cost to communities. And right now we're kicking around using a Qualtrics type survey capability. And really what we're thinking is we want to be able to join the local economic developers as much as we can, with the local economic developers leading the BRE process. And Commerce would be there to help support, answer questions on any state programs that there would be. But really it's a local economic development driven process. The one thing that we'd be interested in is data collection that could help drive any policy or any program revisions or program refinement that we would need, and we need data to back that up. So we might need like a 10-question data set that we would like everybody to ask, and that data could then feed into a statewide survey. So Qualtrics can do that through stuff that I don't quite understand, but they do. And so whether everybody's asking the same 10 questions of their BRE folks that they're going to see their companies, we would get the data from those questions. And then locally, you guys might have other questions you'd want to ask. We necessarily wouldn't need that data, but it'd be available for, you know, hey, we're going to try to refine this program. We need some data from you all folks that did BRE. What kind of data do you have that we could get access to? So that's what we're thinking. But as this rolls out, we're definitely going to need your feedback. But again, it's locally driven. We're there to help support, be by your side in the background, however you want to do that, but that's what we're thinking.
I've been hearing from some of our tourism partners that there was a big enough change, and I must have missed this in the legislature, to allow some tourism primary sector to access things like PACE more readily, or other grant opportunities. Can someone address what that change was specifically, and then how you envision us as local economic developers working with and partnering with those organizations to knock on that door to access those funds?
Great question. So just to provide a little more clarity to what Rich said earlier, essentially what we did was to redefine the definition of primary sector in code so that it says includes tourism. So that means before there was like 12 places where primary sector was referenced, and some said it included it and some said it didn't. And so then the determination was if it didn't say it, it meant it didn't include it. So the easiest solution was to help clear that up. And I don't think Justin Devers out here, but he was the brilliant mind that said, don't go change it in 12 places, change it once. And so we took his advice, and I think that was one of the first piece of legislation I ever worked on that got a unanimous vote out of both committees and on both floors. So I think there is an appetite there. In terms of accessing the primary sector application for tourism, is a little bit different than those for other primary sectors. Obviously, we know that restaurants and venues and entertainment benefit locals, so it can't be as high a number. So the percentages are different in terms of spending for non-residents. So I think that's the first step, is to get that tourism primary sector certification in place, and we work with the EDNF team to confirm those. And then once that happens, it's out of my court. I don't know anything about the programs. That's Rich. Yes.
Correct. Mark's question were on the bars set for percentages. On typical primary sector, it's 75% of sales to be coming in from out of state. For tourism, that bar is lowered to 25%. So that captured all, Mark. So.
I don't mean to monopolize all the questions. I'll shut up after this. This is for Rich. I appreciate the new emphasis on maybe some site selection or some business recruitment. In the past, as a state, we haven't been super efficient in working together, knowing where commerce is going to go, what they're going to do. Oftentimes it was after the fact we found out, oh, you went here. So it was hard to support your efforts. There's a lot of us right now that are going through budgeting for 2026 where sort of strategic plans align. We could partner and share resources. What are your plans to sort of forecast into next year? What targets are you going after? Do you have industries? Should we be working with your business developers? Where your experiment with Select USA could maybe be multiplied and go further. So how are you looking at that for 26?
Thanks, Matt. What we're doing is we're building out our plan right now for events that we're targeting. Then the next step would be to sit down with the most obvious choice, EDND, and say, here's what we're thinking of, and then ask for your input as well. Are we missing something? Is there a particular industry that we're overlooking? I hope not, but if there is, we would ask to have that pointed out. And then, I mean, the big ones, obviously, Select USA, a lot of the site selector events, ABUSI, things like that are big in particular industries. We would then ask, again, via EDND, that's the most efficient means, are there any partners out there that want to collaborate with us to go to these events, or maybe go to these events divide and conquer. So some of the local developers go, and then we come back and share and work together that way. So I don't have a firm schedule. I'm sure Tracy does, but I don't have a firm schedule on that. But we're getting that together. I would say in the next month and a half, we'll have our list of want to goes and have it ready to go. Oh, he's got a follow up. So
follow up. It's not a follow up. It's more of just not to invoke our evil state to the east or competitor to the south. They send out sort of at the first of the year, sort of travel targets and plans statewide. Sure. And give everybody kind of an opportunity. Do you have businesses that can engage, can help? And so everybody kind of works together on what that attraction plan looks like. Sure. So it's super efficient. And then, to the state that Chris used to run, they do a nice job of bringing in lots of locals as well where it makes sense. And so something to consider as you go forward.
Absolutely.
Matt, just follow up. When's budgets? October? Preliminaries are now, but when would be a good time frame for
yeah, I think, and some of the municipal folks can hop in here, but generally they're getting their budgets approved November timeframe, but they're doing preliminaries now. On the utility side, we're going through it right now. Ours get formally approved in like October, November as well. So now is the time to be thinking about.
So if we had some preliminary out soon, that'd be beneficial.
Okay.
Matt, as a follow-up here, what we have right now is we have a list that we've developed internally to EDNF. We'll immediately after this conference, we'll share that out to EDND and ask that Laura and company push that out, and we'll get that process moving right now. So we have a fairly good idea of where we want to target. So
I kind of had to piggybacking off of Matt a little bit in terms of site selection and attraction. Industries are cool. We like them. Great, great, great. But even just thinking about grocery stores, right? You got $1 million towards grocery store grants. We have food deserts. It's hard to get in. It's hard to get in new grocery stores. Anna Nelson really wants a Trader Joe's. It's very difficult to get. I know that typically, retail's not primary sector. Maybe it's not even primary sector adjacent. But in terms of like actual statewide strategies to bring in also the things that our communities need, it's great to have the communities scrape together and fill out some grant forms to get some coolers. We need that too. But for things like grocery stores, can we work together as a state? How can we collaborate? Is that on the state's radar at all for bringing in those types of businesses that also provide jobs, can have community incentives, community investment, but also really fulfill a need that many of us are really looking for?
this sounds like a commissioner question. I'm going to pass the baton to the commissioner. So
So kind of leading into maybe a follow-up. So great question. And it's one of the things that I think collectively we need to work on. If you were to look at our marketing budget, I would have to imagine half you in the room have a bigger marketing budget than we do. Our marketing budget is what, like $900,000 for everybody sitting up there, across all of our divisions. And so that's for biennium. So that's for 2 years of marketing. So from a marketing strategy to attract, we don't have the dollars to do that. So the one thing that we have to do is, like I said, build a plan, but we're kind of this biennium circle of ROI is going to be a big thing. So how do we put together a plan like you're talking about? What program refinement do we have? If industries want to know what incentives you have right now, our incentives, we have 106 different programs, and some of those programs haven't been used in 15 years, right? So it's like this big undertaking. And if you watch the Doge meeting last week, we talked about, how are we going to come up with like Commerce 2.0, which is refining programs, having less programs to choose from, what are better funded, which then have a better ROI. So I agree with you 100%, because we need more dollars to market. We need more programs such as LOIS to get our stuff out there, which is a good tool, but now you need to take that a step further. We need programs that when people are interested, we can actually get them across the finish line. So that's one thing they're going to be working on is, if we can get the dollars, what's the ROI? How can we show that? And so I'm glad you brought that up, because that's one of the strategies that we're going to pitch is we need a robust marketing program across the state to go out there, because what we have now just isn't working from that standpoint. So
If I can jump in 2 seconds on that one, the food desert, go ask Adrian, Castleton, major town, she can't get a grocery store. I would love to pick her on her if she was here, kind of thing. And I'd like a Trader Joe's too. I'd drive to Williston for a Trader Joe's. I think as that process is moving through on collaboration and coalition, I think our biggest bet is that collaboration. We have now with Chris and Alan an opportunity to do a major next steps and study in food access and that type of thing. How do we find the demand, first off? That's always the hardest part in rural communities. Well, we need a grocery store. Okay, what's your demand? What's your market? They don't have that yet. How do we get that first so that can be sold? Again, Adrian is a great resource to that. Let's talk to each other, figure out what each other's doing, and find those best practices.
Lindsay and Anna, didn't you already achieve the gold standard by opening a Taco Bell in Williston?
That is not the color gold.
Good. Okay. So I know, Maria, I'm gonna put you on the spot. All right. Don't mean to do this too often, but I will. And we talked about, the housing, especially multifamily, and right, some of the stuff that everybody in the room hoped for just didn't materialize, and that's life. However, one of the things that when we break through with pro formas on multifamily, and one of the big barriers is that long-term debt service. One of the tools that I think we still have available, and I'm going to call on you to maybe work with B&D on this, on the flex pace for multifamily and getting that level raised a little bit. I think it's at 350. Matt, does that sound right? If they can move that meter, and I mean, that's a non-legislative thing, I think, right? We might be able to get that tool adjusted here and use our crescent wrench to hammer a nail in if we that's old farm reference, but to maybe move that meter a little bit on that tool and still provide what our builders might need in these markets where it's a little sketchy to build out multifamily because of the pro forma and the rent rolls just don't line up. So, but if that's something you need help with and other evidence, I've got 2 or 3 years worth of this pro forma couldn't quite get there without that additional limit on the flex pace. So, any B&D people in the room that can and maybe speak to that? And never around when you want them.
I can add just maybe a timely discussion, and Katie probably touched on it. There's a sub cabinet for workforce. Did you touch on that? Okay. So one of the strategies right now is the governor's breaking out and doing sub cabinets, and they're just starting now. So there's a workforce sub cabinet, but there's also going to be a sub cabinet on housing. And so that's going to be probably where some of these things they talked about, what can we do now, such as maybe one of the ideas you're talking about, and then what can we do for upcoming, new legislation, new policy. And on there is going to be, okay, who's going to be on the sub cabinet, which will include industry, business folks, and then of course policy people. So I'm guessing at some point there'll be people in this room that'll be on there for some degree of time, either for input or just real life experiences about what's worked, what hasn't. So these things are all happening real time. So again, I think those are good experiences to use. Why FlexPace? I mean, we used FlexPace in Devils Lake 17 years ago for multifamily. So it's a good tool, but as interest rates have gone up and prices have gone up, the FlexPace just doesn't go as long as it used to. So all good things. I don't know if
Have you talked to B&D at all yet? Okay. Yeah. And I see Matt has his hand. If there's anybody in town who knows how to use all the above programs, that's just, I think the awareness is the first thing. That's the first thing is we have to work together to get to these programs to make an awareness of there's a gap. And so great, you started that process.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So B&D's feedback is, it's a policy review internally. They don't want to necessarily open it up because then their dollars will go faster out the door, especially. But that would be one. Again, doesn't require legislation. Be fantastic. The other one is more an attitude. So not pilot projects are allowed to be used for non-primary sector. There's a little loophole, but we're all afraid to use them for non-primary sector things because we don't want to end up like Mandan did a decade ago and do a Walmart or whatever and get nailed. And so you see rural communities using pilot very sparingly because they don't want to get dragged through the mud. But if there could be some indication just coming out of the governor's office saying, no, we endorse that, that tool is ready to go right now. And you go into many communities and they don't understand that that's available to be used. And if they do understand it, they very sparingly use it because they're terrified that they have turned into Mandan. And so if we had just some leadership at the top that said, no, we understand it, we understand the law, it's intentional that way, go ahead and put that to work and get housing. That's another tool that's available right now that is underutilized.
to add to what Matt said, the cap for the flex base is 500 per entity per biennium. We just had Bank of North Dakota and Commerce come up to Beulah, had some great conversations. There are some things they can do, and I would encourage any one of you to take and ask them to come up to your city and visit with you and see what the opportunities are. One of the most important things we found in Beulah is get a housing study completed, because with that one item, you then have access to capital and you can create a pro forma and you can attract developers. As far as municipalities and budgets, most of the preliminary budgets, I believe, have to be done by next week. I might end up the exact date. We passed ours on Monday. They can always go down, but they can't go up before the finals pass. And I think the final has to be passed the first week in October. So if you have not seen it yet as economic developers, you will see a reduction in your budget more than likely, along with the new 3% property tax versus mills. We'll let the assessors get through that, but we had to go through that, and that is that'll have impact on JDAs. Anybody that operates on mills will be impacted by that. So, thank you.
I'm just thinking forward thinking related into strategy into next legislative session and automation, especially working with Dave and Shaden, specifically with that automated ND program. There was some things, little kinks. It was a pilot, some things to work on, but is there a strategy related to the team and thinking more of incentivizing and helping companies and increasing their automation action in with their companies?
Great question, Kevin. As you know, there is a program right now, automation tax credit. To say the least, it's cumbersome and not, how do I say this without making enemies, not extremely lucrative for those that apply, because it's a pot that's divided many, many times. So there's not a lot of money there to divide across a whole lot of folks that want to access it. We've toyed with the idea of streamlining that and turning it more into a grant program. We're not there yet. That idea has been floated. It got some resistance. But right now, automation tax credit is the lead program right now. I think that can be made more workable by making it less of a credit and more of a direct funding. Beyond that, the automation isn't direct, other than through our partnership with like Impact Dakota, doing the automation and efficiency audits. That's also helpful. But the biggest change that I would see possibly happening is through automation tax credit, streamlining that and making it a more user-friendly program. Does that get close to the answer? All right.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin.
I recall there being a conversation about site readiness programs for the state. Is that still something the state's looking at as a statewide site readiness program, and how would that run? Kind of when would that roll out?
We did make that proposal last summer for the executive budget. It didn't make the final cut, but somebody I work for in the last month and a half has suggested that that's a very good program that we should try to resurrect. Not resurrect, bring back to the table and do. Thank you, Maria. But getting the sites ready. I mean, obviously Minot has a site that's phenomenal. Jamestown has a site that's phenomenal. There's several sites out there that have rail access roads, utilities, things like that. We need more of those across the state. One of the biggest slowdowns we have right now, and you know this very well, Mark, is if we have to go into, if we get a request for proposal and we don't have a site that's ready to go, that slows that project way down or diverts it to another state fairly quickly. If we had a half a dozen to a dozen sites across the state, like Minot, et cetera, that would make it so much easier. So we are contemplating that, and it sounds to me like you have a lot of good ideas. So we'll be working together to figure that out. So will BR&E help on that? It'll be part of it, because there could be companies on the periphery of what they need. You know, maybe they need company A needs a supplier of widget A, and we could bring those together within a similar site. So, well, to be very clear on that, we had a tour last week of the Spearwood Energy Park site. Corey, thank you. And the absolute direct question that was answered to us is, what can we do to help? And they said, bring in animal agriculture near us, very near them, so that they can take their feed products off the soy processor and the ethanol processor and put it directly to use in a feed situation for animal agriculture. So.
And I'm going to piggyback off that, Rich. When we talk about the budget, you know, I know it seems so far away, but we'll be working on the executive budget next June, getting that proposal ready. So I don't want us to be sitting here next year at Developer Day, and you have a really great idea that you want us to put in the budget, and it's too late. So if you have an idea on something that could impact your community, you know, please reach out to the leadership team. They would be happy to entertain the idea and see how that would work, you know, at Commerce, or if not at Commerce, maybe at a different state agency.
And that time's now, not
Yes.
next Developer Day. So.
I was just going to add that with the site readiness, with LOIS being now a platform that we're all going to share, and the ability to make our own GIS maps, that like Mark, working with your GIS for the city of Minot, they might be able to help make some of those layers that will then be available in LOIS that would then show through the state. So the Commerce team would have those areas that are available right there in Minot to showcase.
Thank you.
I worked on the Rural Development Council under Burgum, and we had come forward with the idea that we needed more boots on the ground. There's a lot of cities and counties that do not have economic development departments or people working in that area. And our suggestion to the state at that time was to maybe look at that and start a program where the state would help maybe the more rural communities. I'm from Sargent County, get boots on the ground, get developers into those counties. And I'm just wondering if that went anywhere when the Rural Development Council sent that up the chain, and how that was met and what they thought of that idea, and is it something we can pursue in the next legislative round?
I can take a stab at that one. I think the first step in that is there was legislation passed that set aside about $2 million for regional councils to help sponsor their work, probably to help offset some of the things that you were probably referencing, to help either hire more folks or allow them to do more work. And I think that was probably a first step in seeing if that could be beneficial. 8 regional councils obviously cover all the states, so I think that was probably some response to some of that to help offset maybe the loss. But the other thing that we're trying to do is to make sure that we're getting out in communities, making ourselves available, and then obviously networking, right? So if we don't have the answer, we're going to find the answer. Folks in this room have the answer. If you're in a large, helping support your community. So that's one thing I think I'm proud of with folks in this room is we all know that rural communities help support our large communities. So I think as we move along here, I think we need to make sure that we're all working together in that. So whether that's directly from Commerce or directly from economic developers in this room, I think we can all help each other do that. And if we're not, and Commerce is not, please let us know and we can help where we can do that. So, but I appreciate that insight, and a rural folk, myself growing up in rural, I understand the importance of rural North Dakota and what it means to the state. So thank you.
This is the part you came for, learning about LOIS and Lasso. Well, LOIS first. As we move forward now, we're going to learn a little bit about some of the new tools that we're making available to all of the developers and all of our partners across the state. As you've heard, excuse me. Before we start though, I want to briefly introduce you to a few of the folks that are going to be very intimately involved with LOIS and Lasso and your involvement with LOIS and Lasso. And that's the developer team from EDNF. And as Chris has pointed out to me, it used to stand for Economic Development and Finance, and he thinks it should stand for Engineering Development and Finance right now. That we're a little engineer-centric. If you look up there, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 if we give Guillermo the benefit of the doubt. 5 engineers. Yeah, his teacher was horrible. I rescued Guillermo out of the construction management program down at the University of Mary as I taught a class down there a few years ago. But seriously, I do want to quickly introduce you to the developers real quick. These are the folks they'll be working the front lines with you every day. Is this an order of preference or is it just random order? Because I will not repeat that joke, Kevin. Starting with Dave. Dave is our manufacturing developer. Dave has a long history in manufacturing with Bobcat, NDSU in the last 5 or 6 years with the state. Everything manufacturing. If you take Dave into your factory in your community, you're going to get an audit done on the factory efficiency, whether you want one or not. So use it to your advantage. Dave's got that eye. He can do that. Kevin, I've worked with Kevin for well over a decade on several projects. Kevin is our value-added agriculture developer. Heck of a guy. Not wearing a baseball cap today though. Or a seed cap. It's in your backpack. Okay. I worked with Kevin on several projects in a former life. You're the veteran of the crowd from a developer standpoint. Tom Oakland is our energy developer. I stole Tom from my previous place of employment. As I was exiting the power company I worked for, I reached back and asked Tom if he'd be interested in applying for the job of energy developer. And I think the answer I got was, damn it, Rich. I just convinced my wife and myself that we were going to go be entrepreneurs and sell robot lawnmowers for the rest of my life. But we prevailed. Another fun fact about Tom is he delayed his start date by about 60 days. Because he drew an elk tag in western North Dakota. So he had to wait till elk season was over, but it was worth it. We got Tom. Landon also indirectly stolen from my former employer. Maybe you're seeing a trend here, but Landon spent a significant part of his career working in power industry as well. But then the last 2 years, he's worked for the test site. And as Maria will attest, I have a habit of stealing the best of the best from other parts of the agencies, and I don't know if she's forgiven me yet. We'll get to that point here in a second. But Landon is UAS and autonomy. Bottom row there. Guillermo, a little bit about Guillermo. I met Guillermo at University of Mary when I was teaching a few classes, and all BS aside, one of the hardest working students we had. I think he was copying off of his girlfriend Marissa's papers, but whatever. He got the job done on a consistent effort, and Marissa's still tolerating him. So, I would save the best for last, but she's next in line. Jolene does everything, absolutely everything. I wouldn't trade her for. Well, I'd trade a couple of them. No, I wouldn't trade any of them for Jolene. She rocks every aspect of the job. Moving along to Tracy, this is where Maria and I have had a little conflict in our lives. Tracy started out in commerce in community development, and then we posted a job for lead developer, and I asked Tracy if she would help interview for the lead developer position. I didn't know who had applied yet, and she said, well, that'll be a little awkward since I applied for the job and I'd be interviewing myself. So I'm like, oh, well. We didn't have her interview herself, but Tracy's awesome. She's the most organized person I've ever worked with, maybe next to Jolene or tied with Jolene. And she's able to help wrangle all of the geniuses elsewhere on the table, not on the top row in Guillermo. She helps administer all the work that's going on there. And last but not least, you've met me, so we don't need to talk about me. So with that, those are your developers. There's other, I see you're already talking to them all. There's other folks from Commerce here as well. These are the folks you want to reach out to. They're the experts, and they're here to help you. But with that, I'd like to move forward now into why we're all here. We'll dive into Lasso. Lasso is our statewide property and site selection database. Today's session is your chance to hear directly from our partners at Strata and to share some insights during the live question and answer period. Please join me in welcoming Amy White with Strata Platforms to lead us through the session. Thanks, Amy.
Good morning, everyone. Make sure you can see everything. My name is Amy White, and I'm with Strata Platforms. I'm one of the senior account managers, and this is my first time in North Dakota. So I'm originally from Iowa, a rural area, a small little town called Breda, about 400 people. I went to the University of Northern Iowa in Cedar Falls, Iowa. I do live in Phoenix now, but my one connection to North Dakota, my husband, he went to Century High School. So he was from Omaha. His dad moved up here, got a job right before his freshman year, played American Legion baseball. So he told me all the good stories about Century High School and his connection to North Dakota. But why we're here today is to go over the LOIS property marketing tool. So I provided a few of these demonstrations already. Let me move my, so I'm used to working with two screens, so bear with me a bit. But today we're going to go over the property marketing tool. And let me get my, okay. So as most of you know, the Commerce has purchased an umbrella subscription to the LOIS property marketing tool. So some of you, this might be your first time seeing this. Some of you may have been on one of my trainings. But what is super nice is that the Commerce has purchased an umbrella subscription. And what that means is that they're paying for it, but all the local, the county, the regional economic development organizations in the state can utilize this tool at no cost. So this is a huge cost savings. You guys are talking about those budgets. You guys do not need to pay for this tool because the Commerce is paying for this. So today we're going to go over how each one of your communities, or if you're with a community, a county, or regional group, to get you guys access to this tool, get you set up with a user ID, and then the goal is to get the LOIS property marketing tool on your website. It's super easy to do. I will help you and walk through it. I know Grand Forks, you've been using it, Fargo, Minot, Lake Agassiz, they were users before the state joined in, so now we're getting everybody else included. And we're going to show you why you should get your properties in here. We want to get your properties, your communities noticed, not only on your website, the state's website, but we also have a tool called location1.com that lists all our properties throughout the country. We're in Canada, we're also in Mexico. So it's really about you guys getting noticed. And besides getting you guys noticed, we have demographic reports, workforce reports, why people should locate in your community. And so it's more than just a listing service. There's a lot of reports you can access, and then GIS map layers. I know they were talking about Minot getting layers on there, but how we get those GIS layers onto your map viewer to help get people to come into your communities. So we have a few platforms. Today we're going over LOIS and Location One are really the same thing. Location One is just the big property map viewer where all properties are displaying. LOIS is more the customized ones. And then Chris, my teammate over there back in the corner, he's going to go over Lasso, and we're going to go over that this afternoon on the RFI data collection tool. Okay, so I'm gonna, a lot of this is live. If you've been in my trainings before, I show you live examples a lot. So our goal is, like I said, get this on your website, get your properties out on Location One. We have analytics, we have all these tools we're gonna show you. We're gonna show you how you can customize your map. But how we're gonna get started today is we're gonna go into the admin site. If you don't have a login for your community yet, I'm going to show you, reach out to me after this training. I have my email that you can contact to get your own unique login. Every community, they can have multiple logins. So if you have teammates that you want to join, easy to do. I'm going to switch back over really quick is to the states. So like I said, North Dakota Department of Commerce has purchased an umbrella subscription right on their homepage. If you didn't see their announcement, go to their website. They've done a very nice job integrating it on their homepage. I'm clicking on Learn More, and here it's talking about LOIS. Okay, you can go down their page, find out more about LOIS. At the bottom too, there's Lasso. And then if I click on here, research their building and site availability, this is going to open up the state's viewer. And we'll go over this in a moment of like, this is more than a listing service where you can generate reports. But I just want to show you that this tool, I'm going to show you a few examples, will be customized to the community or the territory that you represent. So this is the states. I have Fargo listed here, and it's super easy to integrate too, as I said before. I will give you a unique link. I'll show you where you can pull it from your admin site too. Here's Fargo's. You'll see same tool, but the logo, the colors are changed to customize what the community that we're represented. Here's Grand Forks. They were a user already too. There's their logo. We're just representing Grand Forks here. They're not going to show the whole state. And then my last example is Minot. They've got it on their page. Easy to find, and that's the thing. We want it easy to find. We don't want it buried down on the bottom of a page where nobody's going to find it. So I will show you how to do that during this training. And like I said, going forward, I'm your contact. You don't need to contact Rich's team if you don't want. Just come. I told them ship them to me. Ship all questions to me because they have enough going on. Okay. If you do not have a login to your LOIS account, if your community or your economic development organization doesn't have a login yet, reach out to me. I will set you up. And when you get logged in, your username is going to be your email address, and we will have a unique password sent to you. You will go to location1.com. to log in. This page is where you sign in, and then, but I also want to point out, I mentioned this earlier, is that we do have Location One where all properties through Canada, the US, and Mexico, this is kind of our goal to be like the next Zillow for industrial, warehouse, office. That's our goal. Right now we have about 12,000 sites. We have over 40,000 buildings in there. But Location One, like I said, you can go in here to find all properties, prospects, site selectors, businesses come here too. But to sign in to your admin site, go to sign in the upper right, and you can click on Location One or LOIS. Okay, I have just a demo account open here for today, a little training account in here. When you log in, it's going to look like this. Now, if you're brand new, it might say 0 buildings, 0 sites. That's fine. You're going to start adding it if you don't have any properties in here. But what I want to show first is where did I put that logo? Where did I get these colors? Is underneath the settings. So underneath the settings, it's pretty easy to get around here. You can ship me your logo, send me your logo. You're all in control of this for your community, your organization. So there's colors in here that you can do. We have a library of map markers that you can select from. If you have a graphic designer access or online want other custom logos, you can do that in here. All this customization, sometimes we'll have like the large states, or if it's a large utility, railroads that use this, they may put filters on that. But if a large organization has filters, just know it's not going to affect your community. Everything will still flow in. We sometimes have railroads, like they're not going to put retail on there. So they filter that out. So this customized map viewer, it's just for your community's map. You're not going to be messing with Rich's map. This is just your guys' community. So underneath, all under settings. This is too where you can manage users. So like I said, when you need a user ID, feel free to reach out to me. Once somebody in your organization has a login, you guys are welcome to add whoever you need to in your organization. So you just simply click on the circle with the plus sign, add the email, first name, last name. Once you click on OK, they immediately receive a login to your LOIS account. So they'll receive an email from Strata Platforms with their temporary password, and then when they log in for the first time, we recommend you change your password to something you will remember by clicking on the upper right, the Edit User Account. And so that's pretty much for customizations. I did mention, here's the embed link. So once you've got your buildings and sites in here, you have your logo in there, you're ready to put this out on your website. Say, hey, Amy, how do I get the link to add to our website? I'm happy to provide it for you. But let's say you want to do it yourself. You're welcome to do it yourself. Here's that white circle with the plus sign. This is where you can create your custom link if you ever want, or in the middle of the page is view code. So here's that URL that you just grab and you place it on your website. Now, most of the time we just recommend open up the LOIS map to a new window, because you get a business comes in, a prospect, you get the whole map to easily view your property and community details. So that's really the setup of the account. Easy to do. You guys can manage it and make changes at any time. But now why we're here is we want to get your properties into the LOIS platform. So it's no residential, it's all commercial, office, warehouse, retail, those properties. So depending on where you're from, we do have a few communities. I know like Grand Forks and Fargo, they actually have a property feed coming in from their realtor association. And what that means is that they basically gave us like an API access to their realtor exchange system, where we just pull those properties directly into LOIS. So for those areas, that works really nice. They don't have to manage the properties themselves, but a lot of people still will have to add their own. And even in those areas, if it's like city-owned property or the properties that just don't have a realtor represented, you still have to add those even if you would have a property feed. So Grand Forks has their own properties they own, they need to put that in there. So or just smaller communities. Like I said, I grew up in a very small community. I mean, we would be putting those in there, properties ourselves. So how you do that is, you'll see, I'm going to go to the home page again. You go to buildings or you go to sites. So we consider a site land, no structure on it. And so I'll start there. So sites, if you, like I said, if this is brand new, you don't have anything in there yet, you just simply go to the white circle with the plus to add, get a new template open. And so you just start adding the data. We require very few fields, so you will see there is an asterisk next to some, but it's really the property information, the address. As you scroll down here, lat and long, and I'll show you how you can set that. I'm going to open up a record that's already populated, so it'll make a little more sense to you. So this information in here, and this is really important, this site status. So on market, we do not let anybody, sorry, that keeps popping up there. We do not let anybody delete properties. So don't think you're ever going to accidentally delete anything. If the property becomes off the market for whatever reasons, it's sold, it's leased, they just took it off, you go into that record and click on off the market. Now, if you have an API feed coming in for your community, you don't need to worry about that. They'll handle that themselves. We do have a third option, and I know I just had a question, I think, from the state last week about this third option. You guys may have properties in your area where the owner isn't ready to put it out for sale, but if the conditions are right, they would be willing to sell. So if you ever want to put information, just collect information on those properties, put it as off market willing to sell, and that will only be for your eyes only in the admin site. It would not show up on any public map. So that is one we just added in the last few years. Now, if you do change the status of any of those, when you first log in, by default on market shows up. But if you need to go to off market, you just click on the off market in the upper left, off willing to sell. You click on here to retrieve it. And going through this property record then, as I scroll down, you'll see I did mention the coordinates. Obviously, most of you don't know the coordinates to the property, so we do have the set. So make sure when you go in here, double check when it clicks set that it is in the correct location. You can take the little Google person, make sure it's in the correct location too. As you scroll up, and you may be like, why is this showing up in Canada or wherever? What is going on is look at that address. I mean, we know the land and the site sometimes do not have a complete address, so that's why the coordinates might be off. So, but just feel free, if you go in here and you see it's in the incorrect place, just change that map marker wherever you need to go. As you see, when I change it, those coordinates change. And once you've found the correct location, click on save in the lower right, and it'll save those coordinates. There's a timestamp for every record too. So it will say last modified. You can export your listings too to just have a complete listings of when the property was created, what date, when it was last modified, who modified it last. So that is all available in those records. Other items in here, once you've saved, make sure you click save on the lower right before you leave the page. Over on the left, the details, the utilities. Obviously, the more you can add, the better, especially when you're responding to these last minute requests. Get that information in there. Definitely under media, this is one, get at least one photo in there. And I'll show you why you want to have at least one, but there's no limit to the number of photos. You can see attachments. They've gone a little crazy here with their attachments, but you can put as many PDF and marketing materials that you want either on your community or on that property. And of course, we got more in here. You can add videos. So 360 tour, that's a special camera to put that link out there. And then videos, no limit. So if you got drone footage, virtual tours, get that in there. And then the last two are pretty simple. Organization access. This is not where you're going to add anything. The property I'm using is in Iowa. So this is just showing all the other economic development organizations that has that community in it, where it could be marketing out on their LOIS website too. And then contacts. This is always important. This is an economic development tool. So obviously we want the broker in there. We want the owner's contact information in there, but we want the local economic developers or county or regional group that's working that information in there. And as you can see in this example, you can put more than one in there. And a helpful little tip in here, when you are working on here, if you just want a quick peek at how this looks like out on the website, above every name and status is the map viewer link. Click on that and it will open it up so you can check it out how this information is looking. You can do this too for that example when I was saying how if you mark anything as off market willing to sell, you can click on this map viewer link to still generate like a quick little PDF brochure or share a link that I'm going to show you all the reports and everything you can do in there. Buildings is set up the same way. So brand new building or site, click on that circle with the plus sign to open up a new template and start adding that information. Now, a few tips in here with building sites. So this question comes up. If you have a property, building, or site, it can be sold as one large parcel or piece or one large building, but it's also available in multiple parcels or building into suites or sections. We do recommend you put all those options in there, and we have a way for you to easily copy that first record that you add, so then you're not putting in a lot of effort. So let's say this first building here, and these are just demo records I got in here, but let's say over on the right of this actions, if I click on this circle with the arrow, one of the options is duplicate. So if I click on that, it's asking me, do I want to make a copy of that record? And yes. So please do put all those options in there. And it really comes to with, if somebody's out on the state's website or on location1.com and they're putting in specific square footage or specific acres or details, we want to make sure your property, if it fits that it falls in those search results. And then everything in here too, we have a tool in here, Excel bulk exit or edit, and it allows people to export, like I said, into Excel their data. But what's nice about this is that you can make changes to the spreadsheet too and import it back. So let's say you have been starting to use this tool and somebody's phone number changed at your utility. And you don't want to go through every one of your properties. So you can use this Excel export, make the change to the phone number, and import it back in. Okay, open this up. It's a little busy at first when you look at it, but it'll make sense here in a moment. I'm going to just, as I noted before too, we have like the created by, the created date, last updated. But what's super helpful too, it's just a good way to export your properties to just kind of evaluate what you got in here. And this is a perfect example. The supplier, the electricity supplier, they got a lot missing in there. So, and sometimes we'll see like they could just have Alliant, some say Alliant Energy. They could copy and paste and just make it all consistent in there and then just import it back to the LOIS tool. So that's all in the tools and the Excel bulk edit. So that is really the buildings and the sites, the admin. It's pretty simple to get around in here, and that's our goal. We want it simple because we know you're not getting into this every day. We want you to come in here, make changes, get out of there. One thing I do want to point, and they might have an example, they may not on this. If you get in here and you can't edit any of the properties, like it's black, bold font, that means it's coming from a property feed or a broker feed. So just know that data you can't change. If you don't know who that broker feed is, reach out to me and I'll tell you who it is. But most of the time when you're working, you'll know if you have a feed coming in. So that is the admin site. I am going to take questions at the end. There'll be plenty of time for questions. So if you guys have any, just note them down. What I want to go to next then is our public viewer. And this is what we're going to review. So our goal is we want to get this property marketing tool on your website. And obviously to promote your properties, your communities, but I want to show you how you can easily share the property information through links, PDFs, and then we have ESRI demographic reports, Lightcast workforce data that we just released about a week or two ago that is now activated in all the North Dakota LOIS accounts. So next I'm going to go to just a live demonstration. Okay, so this is just, you'll see this Strata Platforms, this is just our demo account for today that I want to showcase. But one of the things is, okay, you got your properties in here and you guys may know how to get around and how to find your properties, but I just want to show that, hey, if somebody's coming to your website, how are they getting around and how are they finding your properties? Now, if they're at the state or if you're in a large area, they're going to that search tool and they're going to go in and narrow down results. So they will go to buildings, they will go to sites, they will add the acres, or if you're in buildings, obviously square feet. But there's a number of things, rail served, rail accessible, lots of features, and that's why it's important to get this information in those properties. So if prospects coming in there and they need rail served, if your community has rail, you want to make sure your properties have yes for that, if it's a property that's served. Besides the search tool up here, we do have the drawing tool. This is very well used when they're coming into the larger organizations or large maps. They may search a certain part of your state, part of the country, but if I went back up here to draw, you have 3 options. The circle will allow you to see the radius. So I'm in Cedar Rapids here. Let's say they want to be within, hopefully you guys can see this all right, let's say 5 miles or a couple miles of a certain area or corridor. You can narrow down those results. I only got 1. If I did a bigger area, they could do a combination with the search. So if they wanted this area, but they also wanted certain size, definitely that will be used in here. And as I add more, let's just say I did a bigger area, each search item I include, they will be little icons here that would show all the search. So if I had certain acres, I can just easily click out of there to remove it. So that is the search between the drawing tool. Now let's go in here and check out these properties and why you want your properties in here and what you can generate from them. So this is a site that I like to use because they've got it very well populated in here. And so this is the layout. You'll see we have a tab of overview, details. As I scroll down here, lots of information. There's that economic development contact we want in there. And then one thing you do not have to add yourselves is the population and households. So that's coming from Esri. That information is being pulled from the cloud. You will see it has the source in there. And you can change those default radius because we know every community has different areas or workforce they're pulling from. So if you don't like the 10, 20, 30 mile default we have in LOIS, you can change that in your admin site. If you scroll way down here, if you want to generate a bigger area, you can change these values here. And that's showing up right in the middle of that property record. As I scroll over to details, this is a really nice example where they have at least all the utility names in there. This is, I believe this is, yeah, this is rail served by UP, so they've got the rail contact information in there. Now what you can do with this information, all these icons in the upper right. So I'm going to skip over, obviously you know what Street View is. I'm going to come back to the managed folders, but this next one is Esri reports. So this is automatically loaded for all your communities too in LOIS. Once you start using this tool, it's in here. So you can choose what you're looking for. When you generate these Esri reports from one of your building or sites, it's pulling it from that property address. So it's going to ask you if you want to do minutes drive time or miles distance. And we know you want different areas you're going to pull from. So let's just say you need a little bit broader area and you generate that report. So it'll take a moment. It's going to have the Esri logo on there. And here you will see that property that I just pulled from, the ring, and then all this really valuable information from Esri. And once again, that is in the building and site records under Esri reports. If you want those same reports, but you don't want that radii, you want it for your entire community or your county, just note we have an areas up here with the country outline. I'm just going to jump over there. When you click on areas, over on the left, it will say, like, if you're Minot, it's just going to have Minot in there. If you're, you know, a bigger area, it'll have all your communities. What I have here, I have an area of 4 counties, so it has all the counties and then all the communities. And so I'm going to click on Anamosa. And this is loaded for all you guys too. So once you get this on your website, these demographics, infographics are going to be available. You'll scroll down. This is automatically pulled from Esri. We'll make sure your contacts are in here. And then in this section, once again, this is just your city or county that I chose on. But if you want to, you like this infographics and you want it in a PDF, click on this print brochure. Now it'll generate all those infographics for that community or your county you were just looking at in PDF here. But also, if I click this first icon, this was just like the same that I was looking in the building and site record. Here are those same Esri reports. And this one, I'll do a different one. So I'm generating it for Anamosa, Iowa, the community. You'll notice the difference is I didn't have to do a radii because I'm doing it for that entire community. So here's Anamosa's graphic profile. So once again, once you get this out on your website, all this information is available for the territory that you represent. And that is all in your areas. Okay, so let me go back to the sites that I was looking at. Okay, so I'm back in this site record. I want to go back to all these icons because obviously this is more than just a listing service. I showed you the Esri reports already. I'm going to come back to workforce here in just a moment. I'm going to go through the rest of these. Obviously videos, I said if you have a video, make sure you get that loaded. It will be highlighted here, and it will also over on the left, it will be highlighted under that thumbnail. And earlier I said make sure you get at least one photo on there, because if you don't, let's see if anybody's got one. Yep, this is what it'll look like, this nice little gray template we have in there if you don't put a photo in there. Now, a couple of other icons in here. We want you to be able to easily share this information. You put the work in of getting this in here. How do you easily share it without you having to do extra work? So number one, here's this print brochure. This is a little PDF. It will have your logo on it. So just know if you're on Grand Forks website and you are pulling from Grand Forks, it's going to have their logo at the top. If you're on the state's website, it will have the state's website. If you're on location1.com, it will have LOIS's website. So that is key, just so if I have a question, why is that in there? And then also at the bottom of the footer, I don't have it on this demo, but it will have your main organization's contact in the footer. But it's just a nice summary. And then this one has just one image, but if you have multiple images, we can have them all on the following pages. And then files, this was that example I showed you in the admin where they have a lot of stuff in here. So for example, you are able to put, a lot of times we see the broker brochures listed in here, but they've gone a step further. They just added, this is a big property, so they've added a lot of information, and there's really no limit to the number of PDFs that you can put in here. One other easy way to share, every property, every page in LOIS has that share envelope. So click that if you want to put it in social media to highlight it, you want to put it somewhere on a newsletter, on your website, you can do that. We also, when you embed LOIS, if you want a special place for a certain type, maybe you have data center or something you're trying to market in your area, we can query the properties to highlight certain areas. So you can have one link to all your properties, but then if you want to highlight certain ones, everything can be queried and links, embed links created. Okay, and then many times we know you're not just sending one property to somebody, you're going to want to send a few. So this little managed folders is like a favorites tool or like a shopping cart in a way. I've highlighted, I favorited a few before our call or our meeting today. But if you ever want to add another one, you open it up, say you're going to send a few off, you just click on that manage folders to highlight it. Over on the little thumbnail, obviously you know your properties really well, so you just go through, I want to send this one, easily remove. But once you have a few in mind you need to send off to somebody, you just go in the upper right, click on your My Folders, and this is an area where you can favorite buildings, you can favorite sites, you don't have to do just one or the other. But what this does, anybody can access this. So it doesn't mean you need a login to access this. Anybody coming to your website without even contacting you can use this. If you scroll down, you'll see on the map, I have the blue are the buildings I've highlighted, and then the green are the sites. But then here in the upper left, the first one shares. So let's say you don't want somebody to go to your website and go through all your properties, just these that you handpicked. So if you do that and send it off to somebody, now they're going to get a map with just the 2 buildings I selected. If they want to see just the sites I selected, that's one way of doing it. If I go back into the My Folders, go to Create Report, and then this has a few options. So this first one is simply that PDF brochure I showed you earlier. Instead of you spending the time of compiling them all or attaching 10 attachments, this will generate it all into one. And you'll see this one has a lot of images now. That first example only had 1. But just a quick way, like I said, we're trying to save you guys time, and that is in the Create Report. Now these next 2 are super handy. I am clicking on the Property Tour Report, and so this should hopefully save you guys time. Instead of you going out, creating a map with these properties you want somebody to check, the first page actually lists those I hand selected. And then it creates the map on the second page. And let's say you look at this, you want to, hey, we're not going to look at the buildings. I don't want them to look at those right now. You can go in here and just easily remove them, and then your map will regenerate. Or let's say you have quite a few in here and you need to just reorder them. In the lower right, you just drag, reorder them. Easy to get around. We have just a few others in here, and these last 2 just Excel dumps of the properties that you've handpicked. So if you just want to get everything into Excel, all those fields like I showed you earlier, that's how you can do it in this tool. And then lastly, I said you don't have to log in to use this tool, but let's say you do want to create property project folders and put different properties into different projects that you're working. This tool allows you to do that. And how you do that is, let's say I'm going to click on Create. You can create different folders, or we know those projects have crazy names, so we'll just do project. And so let's say you created a couple of property or project folders that you're working on, and you go in here and you say, hey, I need to put this property, I need to save it just to this folder. It will let you do that. So I'm going to choose Project Winter for that. So if you ever want to go the step further of being able to create property or project folders, you can do that. But if you want to do that, to retrieve it the next time, currently you have to go in, log in with Gmail account. Now I will say I have asked our developers to expand it to past Gmail so you can log in with your work emails. So they have that in their hands now. I don't have timing on that, but they got it in their hands in the last 2 weeks. So, but for now you have to use Gmail to go back and save that. Okay. Now, going back to the property reports, I pretty much went through all this except for workforce. So I'm going to go back to workforce because we are super excited. Strata Platforms invested into Lightcast API feed. And so our developers just completed work on including it into LOIS. So I'm going to show you, we have 4 different areas where you can generate a 2-digit Lightcast labor workforce data to help, you know, tell the story where your workforce or how you can get your workforce in here. So one way is when you first come into your property map is workforce at the top. Okay, it brings open a new screen. It's going to ask you, are you looking for the average wages? Are you looking for employment count? And I'm in occupation, but if you need industry, you change over to industry. Same, we got two-digit codes in there. So this first area, I'm going to click on the, I'll go in. Okay, I clicked architecture and engineering for annual wages here. And so you'll see we have a key code over in the upper right. These are heat maps. So it will generate, when you scroll over the different areas, it's going to tell you that code I just selected. It will tell you those wages. If I switch over to employment count, now you can see the count, and then of course that code I selected. We are releasing with two-digit codes. As we pick up, we look to expand to 4, but initial release is at 2. Now you clear selection, industry. If you need the industry, works same way. I'm going to go to manufacturing. And you will see as you scroll over on the areas you're trying to promote or the sites you're promoting, it will display those values. Same with average wages. Now, what is nice about the Lightcast is that it also allows me, that thing will not stay down there, is the analysis. So this allows you to actually place a pin anywhere on the map. So it does not have to be around an existing building or site. So maybe you have a property or area you're looking to enhance. So if I click on this by Urbana, you'll see over on the left I have coordinates that I've selected. And then as I scroll down, this is going to generate a report for you. I'm just typing here. Okay, so once again, since you've got a pinpoint, it's going to ask you, are you doing miles or do you want minutes? I'm going to go to the miles right now. And these values, we know you're going to need to go probably more than 3, 5, or 8, or if you ever want to, you can change these values. Whoops, 10, 20. And then it allows you to do PDF or Excel. PDF is going to be nice because it's going to generate a PDF of the rings that we just selected. And so this first page is just a map of what you'll have your logo, your whatever you have labeled in there. It'll tell you those values. But then this is what's helpful is the industry information, the rate I just chose, and then it goes industry occupation, and then the next will be the 20 and 30. This same information then can be generated in Excel. So obviously we know sometimes you need that raw data to put into places, so Excel is available. Okay, there we go. It will have all that information we just selected, and then it will have the occupation industry data. So that first place this information is available is on the workforce. So when you have this on your website, you'll have that available. Second place, I was earlier, within any building or site record. And so if I go to workforce reports on that specific property, you'll have your property name in there. You can change the subtitle if you want. Once again, there's the drive time in minutes. You can change these values. And then once again, you can do PDF or Excel. And like I said, it will generate your community's logo in here. It won't have the Strata logo. And this is from that specific property. So going back in here, that was in a specific building or site, go to workforce, and then you can, I'm not going to open the Excel, but it'll be the same format as I just showed. Now, the last place it's going to be available is, I showed you that areas section where all the Esri demographics are available. I'm going to go into a different community this time. Okay, so now this community has a workforce reports too. So very similar, but here we go. We're only wanting it for that city or that county that I'm going to look at. So if I go in here and I want center point, it'll generate that information. So once again, this is included with the state description. Just released this in the last 2 weeks, so this is really brand new to all LOIS users, and not everybody receives it immediately. So you guys are lucky the state has invested in this. It'll have your outline of your community. If it was a county, you can do that. If you're a regional group, we can pull those, create those statistics off the region too. All right, I'm just going to go through my notes here, make sure I got everything. Okay, I think at the moment, I know I covered a lot of information, and some of this might be repeat for some of you, some might be new, but now I just want to open it up to questions because I'm hoping there's some that I can help answer.
Hi, so quick question about the category of properties going in there. So I've been working on a livestock development study in our region, and one of the outcomes of that was identifying sites as good, better, best for agricultural and livestock development. Mm-hmm. Would that be something we could put in here if we had like someone who owned that property and they got identified as being, you know, in one of those categories, mm-hmm. but it's more of a residential property currently, but they were perhaps interested in selling if the right person came around? Is that something we could be able to put into the system?
Yeah, if there's potential that it's not residential and they're going to sell it, absolutely. And you can choose to between, you know, if they don't want it out on the public site yet, you can use that feature. One of the status was off, you know, willing, start to put it in there, and then when they're ready, you can act. Or even if you want to just get that into LOIS, you can still, if you mark it as off market willing to sell, just know if you want to generate, you can click this map viewer link and generate all the Esri reports and everything around it. It looks like it's out on the public site here, but it's not. So definitely you can put it in there to start tracking it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, LOIS isn't meant for that right now. Just you're looking for more investment. It's really right now a place for people that it's ready to go. It's for sale, it's for lease. So that's not yet a place that we have a designation for that yet. But I mean, Rich, I don't know if you see that ever going into a tool like LOIS looking for investment on these properties, or it's possible. Yeah, it's definitely possible, and it's something like Chris, we can, you know, talk with our development team and brainstorm how we could do it. It could be just another designation of looking for investment. It's just not, we just haven't done it in the past. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, and this afternoon, I think that's going to come into play because the Lasso RFI data collection tool that the state has also purchased, they're going to be collecting your data and having that in their hands. So I think that is going to come into play this afternoon.
We'd like to ask Melissa Beach to give a few words update on EDND. We still have 15 minutes of lunch and conversation to go here, but Melissa's going to give a quick update on EDND. Tracy keeps me on schedule.
I appreciate that Tracy keeps us all on schedule. Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Beach, Economic Development Administrator with Minn Kota Power Cooperative, and have the pleasure of serving as the Vice President of EDND, Economic Development Association of North Dakota, right now. Many of our board members are also in the room, so I wanted to run through them as well. Taryn Dorr is our president and wasn't able to make it today. She did send her regrets. Nathan Schneider is our secretary treasurer from Bismarck Mandan EDC. Corey Shevlin, at-large member from Jamestown Stutzman Development Corp. Brecca Kramer isn't here today from Minot Chamber EDC. Ryan Gillick is an at-large member from Stark Development Corp. Ryan was here earlier, but I'm not seeing him now. That's okay. Justin Dever is an associate member with MDU. And Justin Pearson is an associate member previously with BNSF and now has a new role with Knife River. Also wanted to introduce our staff as well. Laura Locker is our executive director and Michaela Randall does communications, and I'll let them introduce themselves just very shortly as well. First of all, I wanted to thank the Department of Commerce, Commissioner Shulkin, and all of the staff that have put together a really great event today, and I would like you to join me in a round of applause for their team as well. So for those of us that have been in this room or other rooms for a number of years, I was looking for Ellen. Ellen has been doing this with me for a long time. Nathan Schneider's been here a long time. These developer days used to be held at Department of Commerce's office in kind of a roundtable style. And there were usually a couple of new folks, but maybe 12 people around a round table. And it would be an all-day affair. Having good conversations with the department folks and just kind of engaging statewide what that looks like. So it has definitely grown. And I do want to also point out that I think the Department of Commerce staff is very actively listening to not only EDND, but the membership as a whole. So a couple of things that I wanted to point out. I think Tracy was really sick of me complaining about LOIS. So we're thrilled to have LOIS and Rich too. He would kind of like avoid eye contact until we got that done. So thank you very much. That's a really, really meaningful tool. As a developer that worked in a small community for a number of years, that's so impactful in the daily work and just helping to get some of those projects off the ground. Get those sites seen. So that's one. The other one, this seems like such a simple tool, but for years we'd kind of intentionally done roundtables, like I mentioned at Commerce. Having a virtual capability is so much easier for some communities that just simply can't make it here today, either tight budgets or what have you. So I do think that is a really important piece. So thank you again for the technology that you're implementing here as well. So I have a couple of updates from Economic Development North Dakota. For those of you that aren't familiar with us, really what we work on is professional development and training for developers and partners. Advocacy, so certainly had a busy session this year. And as you heard from much of the Commerce staff, I mean, there were some frustrating and disappointing outcomes, but I was really pleased with the folks that were showing up. And if you look around this room, many of them were sitting in those chambers or sitting in the committee hearings and providing a lot of testimony if they couldn't be there in person. So thank you for the work that you put in to this session as well. And I think the next session starts today, right? I mean, we're actively working and planning for what that looks like. And so please, if there are items, just like I think it was Maria that mentioned it, reach out now so that we can begin to have some of those conversations early. Additionally, EDND certainly works on collaboration and connection. That was part of the social last night. Events held throughout the months. Typically, we do a virtual call as well. So we appreciate your participation in those. And then just providing recognition and resources. So when great projects are happening, we know that oftentimes you're the only person in that community that's really paid to do that, right? And so celebrating that work that you're doing is so important as well. I did want to touch on a couple of things. Laura put together my notes for me, so thanks, Laura. We have award nominations are open right now on our website, so ednd.org. You can click on there. There's several different nomination categories. Would love to see some additional thoughts there. It's hard for us to certainly know what's happening in each and every community. You are absolutely able to nominate yourself, a colleague, or somebody else in your community for a project as well.
And then just as a reminder, we have a couple of things upcoming that we'd love for you to mark your calendars. Our fall conference will be in Minot, October 7th through the 9th, and it's themed Stronger Partnerships, Greater Possibilities. So we're excited about Minot hosting that one. And then we're pretty proud as a board that we've gotten our dates out there early for 26 as well. So our Spark ED training will be in Bismarck, and this will be in 26. So this will be our summer conference, May 6th through the 7th, and that will be at the Gateway to Science. And then fall 26, Anna and her team will be hosting us in Williston. So we don't have those dates yet, but please check back with us. And then just additionally, if you have any other timely topics that you would like us to cover in terms of our monthly or bi-monthly meetings, virtual calls, would love to have some of those thoughts as well. We have covered data centers and housing and programmatic type things. If there's something in particular that you feel like we're missing, please let us know. And with that, I would like to introduce our staff, or have our staff introduce themselves, because there are so many new faces. So I think it's really, really great to get a quick intro to them. And then again, thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Michaela Randall. I'm the communication specialist for EDND, and I primarily help with the conferences and updating the website. And if you ever need anything, feel free to reach out.
Hi, I'm Laura Locker. I'm the executive director for EDND. I've been here for about 2 years now. But yeah, if you ever need anything, please feel free to reach out. I'd be more than happy to help you. And thank you guys all for coming today.
All right, thank you. And again, they held us together during session. They facilitate those phone calls at the end of each week. And so really a phenomenal job from our staff. We're so appreciative of the work that they do. And again, thank you for being here. Thank you to Commerce for putting this together. And as always, reach out if we can do anything to help. Appreciate it.
All right, we're getting close here. I probably should have done this earlier, but I'll do it now. Everything that's going on today, I want to just extend a quick thank you to everybody that was involved in putting it together, and I'll probably miss a third of them. But thanks to Brett running our tech. He's not there at the moment. Oh, right there. See, he's everywhere. He's everywhere. Thanks to Brett for running our tech today. Trisha, Penny, Cassie, Jessica, thank you for all your efforts today in making it work. And huge thanks to the entire EDNF developer team, Jolene, Tracy, all the developers. Thank you so much for putting all the effort into getting this to where it is today. Minute by minute description of where I'm supposed to be. That's why I'm on time today. Thank you, Tracy. That's why it's working. So with that, we're now at 12:30 exactly, right on time. For the next hour, we're going to take the next step. We kind of merge the terms LOIS, Lasso. They do work very closely with each other, but they do have separate purposes. We've reserved the last half hour of the session also today for some Q&A and some hands-on questions about LOIS and Lasso. So we're going to listen for an hour now and do a little bit of interactive work on LOIS and Lasso. Please help me welcome Chris Ballback from Strata to the stage to guide us through the Lasso platform.
Oh, Andy. Okay, I think we're in action. Well, if anybody was going to have technical difficulties, it would be the guy from out of town, right? Well, it's good to see you all. Thank you for having me, and good afternoon. My name is Chris Ballback, and yes, you did hear that right, Chris Ballback. And yes, my peers did not let me forget it growing up. I want to thank you all for inviting Strata Platforms, myself and Amy White here today to talk to you more about our property data software, LOIS and Lasso. And so, if I can get my PowerPoint here. There we go. Okay. So everyone, Amy's going to be helping me later today as we go through the training, playing a role. But for my portion here today, what I wanted to talk to you about is our RFI data collection software, Lasso. And so Lasso is a property data collection application for site selectors and a data quality solution for economic developers. So about 6 years ago's time, a utility out of the Midwest partnered with a site selection firm out of Greenville, South Carolina, because they saw the struggle with what a lot of communities like yourself face when it comes to responding to RFIs and RFPs, right? The old school way of doing things with, multiple Excel spreadsheets being submitted back to the state, juggling a bunch of emails and keeping track of all that data when we've got site selectors from all different parts of the country reaching out to you to get data on that data on your properties is difficult to manage. And so they came together to put together this application to not only streamline the RFI process, but most importantly, to give each and every one of you your time back. And so when Lasso was developed, the goal that we set out was for taking the average response time of an 8-hour response to an RFI down to less than 1. Now, I do not think we are quite there yet. We are close. There is work to be done. And so we constantly are evolving the software and listening to your feedback. And we welcome your feedback here today and beyond to let us know how we can improve the platform further. But I think you're going to find once you do get into the software that it is very user-friendly. It is going to save you time, and it's going to help you close more deals. Now, some benefits of Lasso is that for the state level, of course, right, is that this gives them the ability to source their projects coming from corporate end users, right? So there's a variety of use cases that you can utilize Lasso for. And so whether it is that we have a corporate end user, a business who reaches out directly to the state looking for the perfect property, or if we're using it for other use cases where we're being a bit more proactive, site identification. What sites out there across the state are going to be great for data centers? Are they going to be great for fulfillment centers, aviation, food and beverage manufacturing, and whatnot? Earlier today, we heard about site readiness and certification. So while out the door, we may not be using it for these purposes long term, the software is flexible to where we can adapt and use it for any of those use cases when it comes to requests for information or requests for proposals. And so what are some of the benefits for yourselves, the community partners across the state? Crowdsourcing. So we've developed Lasso to include all parties within the workflows, right? So whether we need to, the state gets a request from a site selection firm, right, to respond to an RFI. If they need to delegate that down to regional and local community partners like yourselves, or you community partners, the subject matter experts on your sites, need assistance from some of your other folks in your network, like utility and railroads, to assist you with getting data that you wouldn't necessarily have at hand. The application is certainly built for that. Increase accuracy. So one of the great things about our platform is that if you capture that data one time, you don't have to capture it again for the same site. No more hunting down, through your email folders, through spreadsheets, etc. With our total data recall feature, you fill out the information for a question once, whether that question comes from the Department of Commerce or it comes from any of our number of subscribers in the platform. With a click of a button, you'll be able to pull in that information without having to re-enter it. So no more double entry. And then transparency to stay in the know. So anybody who is working on your team, you can see the progress that's being made. We have answer trackers with percentages, your attachments that have been uploaded where you can arrange those in order and search. Just really having everything in a central location that you can pull up on your desktop, laptop computers, mobile devices, and more. And so with Lasso, we're very happy to have the business of the state of North Dakota with the Department of Commerce. Amongst them, we also have many other subscribers since we launched in March of 2024, so just a little over a year and a half ago. We have been able to sign up 10 site selection firms, 8 state and regional economic development organizations like North Dakota, and then 5 railroads and utilities. And so our goal is to not only, of course, cut down the RFI response time, but we also want to make Lasso the system of record when it comes to RFIs. I can imagine that you get a lot of requests from different site selection firms where they have different formats and how they ask their questions, the way they ask the questions and so forth. It's all different, right? And so we want to streamline that process further so that it gives you all more time to do more of those fun activities versus having to fill out 300 questions each and every other day. And so since we did launch the platform, by the numbers, we have our subscribers have run a total of 146 RFIs. These numbers are a little over a month old, so I'm sure they've grown since then. But our subscribers have also received close to 2,700 properties to date, and over 6,000, close to 6,000 economic developers like yourselves have responded to Lasso RFIs, and that continues to grow. That number, of course, also would include utility and railroads that may be assisting with those RFI responses. And so with this new property data collection software tool at your disposal, similar to LOIS, where the Department of Commerce has an umbrella subscription to give you all free access to LOIS, when you need to respond to RFIs in Lasso and take advantage of some of these cool features that we're going to demonstrate for you today, there is no cost for you to do so. So the Department of Commerce, of course, pays an annual fee for them to subscribe to our applications, in which case they are known as one of our primary user roles in Lasso, and that is project owners. So there are two main roles that you will hear about when you're logging into the software, and if you happen to take a look at some of our user guides, I think you'll find that are helpful. But the first primary user role is a project owner, and that's just another name really for us to give our subscribers to Lasso. So the Department of Commerce would be playing that project owner role when it comes to these RFIs and RFPs. And so basically what that means is that they're able to create their own custom and unique template of questions for whatever use case it might be, site selection projects, or again, more proactive initiatives like site identification, certification, whatnot. So with that, the Department of Commerce is able to create these projects, which are our name for RFIs. And at that point, they are then able to invite yourselves, the communities, to participate and submit. And that's where we get into that second user type, being participants. And you'll notice that we break it down by delegator and delegate. And so this will be highlighted in the training today where Amy and I go through the application. Essentially, when you hear the term delegator and delegate, that is the process of really taking the RFI invitation and then inviting others beneath that, are part of your downline, right? So if the Department of Commerce wanted to reach out to, say, a region or a county first, but then the region or county wanted to delegate down to your specific community to submit these properties, they have the flexibility to do that. And so Amy and I are going to demonstrate that role here later today, in which case I'm going to be, Amy is going to be playing the role of a regional partner, receiving that initial invitation to participate in an RFI. And I will be playing that local representative or community partner as her delegate. And so basically what this means is that if Amy gets the initial invitation, she can choose to invite additional participants to the project known as her delegates. That's the role that I'm going to be assuming here today. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and jump into the training. And Amy's going to go ahead and kick us off here, playing that regional partner role. And just making sure we're good to go. Okay. Let's see. One second here. Sorry, folks. Thought I had this prepared before. Obviously not. So let's just take us a second. There we go. Okay.
Two different computers.
Yes, yes. Now, folks, what I'm going to actually show you here, this wasn't part of the training, but just to give you a little bit of insight, when the Department of Commerce or any of our Lasso subscribers want to initiate an RFI, there is this big Activate project button here. And so once they're ready for this RFI to go out, this would then send out notification emails to each of the folks invited, which of course would be participants like yourselves. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Amy because she would have received that invite. And I will leave you to it.
Okay. Very good. All right, like Chris said, we're switching roles here. I'm going to play like I'm part of a regional economic development group or possibly like a county. And I just received an invitation from the state to participate in this RFI through Lasso. And so I'm going to log into Lasso, and Chris will go into this in more detail, but it's going to be your same login that you use for LOIS. So you get into Lasso, and we have this demo set up with details on what the state just sent me. So this RFI, this page, the details page, it's going to give you information on it, the deadline. But one key thing is at the very top, and I don't know if you can see it, but it says before you can add any properties, you do have to let them know if you're going to participate or if you're declining. And so that will be in this participate, the thumbs up or the thumbs down. But we recommend you go through this before you choose either one. Obviously a key is the deadline in here. And then they'll have likely attachments or help guides with Lasso too, but more information about the project. And then most likely they could have at least one requirement that they're looking for. But let's say I'm part of this regional group. I know we have properties that fit this RFI, so I want to participate. So I'm going to click yes, the thumbs up. And once I hit accept, now the project owner, the Commerce, has received a notification that my group is going to submit properties through the Lasso tool for it. So my next steps, it's on the left. Questions, this is just read only. So if you're just interested in looking at information before you actually, start adding the information, this is read only section. But where you would add the information is the next one, the properties. So there's a few options. And we mentioned earlier, and I know Rich mentioned earlier, LOIS and Lasso work together. So it's key to have your properties in LOIS, because if you choose this first option, select from LOIS properties, when you log in, your properties that are in LOIS will show up in Lasso. So you know what they're looking for. You can select your properties already. So that's key to have it in there. You could go in and add a new building or site manually, but start in LOIS, save you lots of time. But for this demonstration, since I am playing like a role of a regional or county, I actually want my community partner to add it because they have more information. They'll add more details than myself. So I go to delegates, and I just simply go and I'm going to add one in the upper right. We likely have all your contacts in here, so we recommend just searching. Don't go ahead and try to create first, try to search. And so we have a demo in here that we've got ready. So I put local, and I'm going to choose them. I'm going to add them to the selected. I could choose more if I needed to. I'm going to click that green add selected, and then you'll notice in the upper right, it's just invited them. So Chris is now going to play the role of my local partner, and he's going to show you how you log in, access your properties, and then add to it and submit it back to me to review before I do the final submittal back to the state.
Thank you, Amy. Okay. So as everyone just mentioned, as Amy mentioned, everyone, she has just invited me to Lasso as her delegate, as a community partner. So when that occurs, you do receive an initial email invite to the project outside of Lasso. So this email invitation you're seeing in my inbox, Amy being the initial participant invited as the regional partner, she would have received the exact same email invite from Lasso. And so when you pull up your inbox, the Lasso message should look like this. If for any reason you are expecting an invitation to a Lasso RFI and it does not come in your inbox, go ahead and check your spam or junk folders because there's a good chance it may have ended up there, depending on your organization's email filters. But of course, you can just assign the Lasso email address as a trusted sender, so next time those notifications do make their way to your inbox. Now, once you click the email, it's going to show you the notification here. In the body of the message, it will tell you who invited you to the project. And so if you know, the Department of Commerce invited you directly, you would have one of their team members' names listed here. In my case, because I was invited as a delegate from a regional partner, it has my regional partner's name there instead. And so we see here that we've received a request for a proposal for a project in Lasso. And we can click this hyperlink here to take us to the website to log into the software. And so if this is your first time being invited to a Lasso project, what the system is going to do is present you with a welcome message initially, where you can then reply to the message to finish setting up your account, or you can dismiss and come back at a later time. Now, for everyone here, as you've heard throughout the day, Lasso and LOIS are interconnected. So what's actually going to happen for all of you is that first we would have a profile already set up for you in LOIS to log in. And so what's going to happen is when it comes time for you to click that link to a Lasso project invitation, it's just going to take you directly here to the Lasso login screen. Now, because everyone here would have a LOIS user profile set up already, you actually don't need to have a separate email address and password for both applications. You would have just one. And so instead of sign in here at the top with your email address and password, under the login with option, you would just go ahead and select LOIS as the first option there. Now, we're going to improve this process a bit. We had to accommodate for some other APIs recently for some other users, but this will be streamlined in a future update. But once you select LOIS here in the login with, you can click the 3 dots button, and this is going to direct you to the LOIS website, where you can then enter in your LOIS email address and password. Now, anytime that you do forget your login for LOIS or to Lasso, which is your LOIS login, we do recommend that you use the forgot password option on the LOIS login screen. While you can use the forgot password option for Lasso, that means you're going to have 2 separate passwords. So it's perfectly fine if you want to do that, but if you want to stick to just a single login, you can always log in with your LOIS credentials. And so anytime you do need to reset your password, we recommend you do it from the LOIS login prompt. Okay. So I'm going to go back to Lasso for a moment here, and we're going to log into that demo profile we have set up for today, in which Amy has delegated her invitation to me for this RFI project. Now, once you do log into Lasso, it's going to direct you to our Lasso inbox. Now, this isn't mirroring exactly your work inbox, right? It's really strictly for Lasso notifications as it relates to projects. So whether you've been invited to a project, perhaps the project owner, Department of Commerce, has sent you a message about one of your sites. Could be a delegator above you that has sent you a message as well. You're going to find all that communication here in this inbox. Now, in this case, we don't necessarily need to reply to the message. We're just given some instructions here about how we can continue with participating in this project. And so we get some instructions there that tell us to go to our project menu and review the invitation that we have received. So if you look here at the top right, you've got a navigation bar. And so once we click on projects, this is going to take you to a list of any RFI project you've been invited to in the software. Again, whether that's come from the Department of Commerce, maybe you've received an invite from one of our site selector subscribers, all of those projects will be here in a single list. Now, before we accept the invitation to this RFI, a couple things I wanted to point out on this list here. First off, of course, that the RFI projects are listed in chronological order. So naturally, the most recent ones or ones you're currently submitting to are going to appear at the top of the list, whereas the older ones will appear towards the bottom. Now, there are some statuses that you're seeing on the screen here, some colors with statuses for these projects. Now, when you see like active, for example, that of course means that there is an RFI that's currently taking place. And you will notice beneath that, while the project is active, how many more days that you would have to respond to that RFI. Now, over here under my status, this is really the status that you want to be focused on, right? Because over time, like some of our subscribers will leave these projects open after their deadline date. And so it will show that that will show an overdue message here on the left. I just want to stress everyone, that doesn't mean that you are overdue. That means the project is just still open past its deadline. So whenever you submit to a project, if you see that you've completed your submission, you're good. Do not stress about it. Do not worry about it. You're in good hands. Now, with the projects, of course, you're going to see the name and description, and we can see that we've been invited to this particular project. We also see the start date and deadline. So we know the start date is going to be the first day that the RFI is opened, whereas the deadline will be the last day that submissions are going to be received essentially by the project owner, or in this case, the Department of Commerce. So we can click the thumbs up to participate or decline at this point if we'd like to. You could also go into the project to review some of the information and details before you do commit. But once we click accept, you'll notice that our status here in the middle is going to change from invited to working. And now we can simply click view to open up that project and look at our progress thus far. Now, as a participant, when you, the community partners, accept an invitation, if you do happen to have a delegator above you, they will get notified through an email that you've accepted the invitation or declined it. Same will go for the project owners, the Department of Commerce in this case. So even if they're not in the software, they'll know how far along you're progressing. But of course, those users can also log in too and see if you've had a chance to log in and review the RFI invitation. Now, once you've accepted the invite here, at any time you can click anywhere in the project space to open it. You can also click the view option here to the right. And this is going to take you into what we call the project details page. So this is really just a summary of the RFI that you're currently working on. You know, is this for a site selection project? Is it for site certification or identification? Whatever the case may be. So here at the top, you'll get some details, including the project name, of course. We also have a project description. So this is generally going to be about a 3 to 5 sentence summary. Sometimes there may not be one because there's a more detailed one attached to the project, which we'll talk about in a sec. But this really is just letting you know what is it that we're responding to. Why are we filling out these questions and submitting this data back? Now, as you scroll down, you'll see a few more details, including the person that would have invited you to the project. You'll see the start date and deadline to get a sense of how much time we have left. And then, of course, you'll have your property count. So naturally, this is 0 right now, but as your participation grows, that number will grow. We'll talk about this here in just a moment. And then attachments. So this is where you can go to upload any the attachments here are uploaded by the project owner. So these would be, any kind of documents that they think would be helpful for you. A lot of times, again, you may see a more detailed project description as to the scope of the RFI and what kind of sites and or buildings we're looking for. And generally, you're going to see 2 user guides attached to that as well. So these user guides we developed to help anybody new to the Lasso platform. I'm sure most of you have attended our virtual training sessions over the past couple of weeks with Amy and myself. Obviously, we're doing a train here today, but it's a lot of content, right? It's a lot of information in a short amount of time. So I definitely encourage you to take a look at these user guides because they will summarize a lot of these new terms that you're hearing for the first time. We also have in this definitions and tutorials guide a lot of short videos like focused on many of the topics that I'm discussing with you here today. So if you need to go back and see how do I add a property or how do I update my responses, how do I reset my password, things like that. We have focused topics like that so you can just jump to it versus having to scrub through an hour training. And then lastly here, we have requirements. So this would be if there's any like must-haves or fatal flaws when considering a property in a project. So sometimes you will have requirements, sometimes you won't. But generally it'll just be like 1 or 2 questions, like, you know, maybe the requirement for the project is we're looking for sites that are greater than or equal to 20 acres. Maybe we might have a second requirement where the site needs to be rail served or something like that. So again, you may see those sometimes, other times you may not. Now, before we continue, we've talked about how, you know, if we need to delegate a project down to our communities, say starting with a regional partner and then delegating down to the local level, well, if you need, let's say, help from a coworker, right? Let's say I received the initial invitation, I work at a local EDO association, and I want to invite my coworker to this project too, so they can see exactly what I've done, right? Or have the same level of access as me. So if I were to add like a couple of properties and, you know, this project has 100, 200 questions, maybe I want to invite my coworker to help split up the work. Or if I'm, you know, a small person team, a 1-person team, maybe there's someone else outside of my office that could help me with assisting answering some of these questions. And so the collaborator role, basically, if you were to click this button here, it gives you the option to invite someone else to the project that would have the same access and view as you do. So this is a great solution, again, for coworkers that you might have that did not receive the initial invite. If you want to give them full access that you do for a project to see all of your properties you've added and to be able to answer and update any and all questions in the project. Now, there's no limit to how many collaborators you can invite. So if you wanted to invite 2 or 3, you'd certainly be able to do that. And of course, there's going to be situations where you want to invite someone else to the RFI to help you with your responses, but you don't want to give them full access to every property that you've added, or you don't want them to see all the data that you've entered for all the questions that are being asked. And so there is a solution to that, and we'll talk about that here in just a moment. But as we proceed, we get to the RFI questions. So similar to my delegator, Amy, my regional partner in this case, when we get to the questions, it is a read-only view. So this is, of course, going to let you know what data is being requested from the state, but of course, you will not be able to answer in this section. And so this is actually something we do cover in the tutorials, and we're going to be updating this user interface to make that simpler for those of you who may be new to Lasso. But when it comes time that you do want to answer these questions, you know, how do we go about doing that? Well, first, we need to add a property. And so as Amy mentioned earlier, and you guys have heard through discussions over time, Lasso is interconnected with LOIS. So if your buildings or sites are in LOIS, they're already in Lasso as well. So that means, of course, you do not have to recreate them to submit them to RFI submissions. And so over here, when it comes time that you need to submit a building or site to a project, you'll have 3 options. Always start with this first option, select from LOIS properties. This is the button you want to click if you don't want to spend extra time answering questions manually. This will have your entire list of LOIS properties, and it's always best practice to start there because you don't want to waste time creating duplicates in the system. And so when you click on select from LOIS properties, this should show you any properties coming from your LOIS account. Now for today's demonstration, we've got 2 properties here. And so if I wanted to submit these to my RFI, over here on the right, you'll see a couple of buttons, in which case what you would want to do is click the add property option. Now, if you click like edit site, for example, this would bring up that LOIS site form you saw earlier, that lime green form. If you want to confirm it's the right site that you're adding in case you've got sites that are similarly named with different parcels and whatnot. You can also pull it up on the map viewer too if you want to be extra sure. But otherwise, you can just click add property, and you'll notice that the property does go away temporarily. But all we'll need to do is just refresh our screen to see that, that property we just added. I'd also like to submit this second site here too, so I'm going to go ahead and click add property for that. Keep in mind that depending on the size of your community, or if you're a regional partner and you have multiple communities under your belt, you can use the search tool here to quickly locate any of those existing buildings or sites. And so if we were to click the properties menu item here on the left one more time, that's going to refresh our screen now that we've added those two properties. And from here, if we scroll down, we can see a properties map that's going to include 2 pins in this case representing those 2 sites that I just added a second ago. So here you can click on those pins to see the site names and their addresses. These site names are also hyperlinks, so this will take you to the screen we're going to see here shortly, where all your responses would be. Now, keep in mind that we are actively working on improving our maps in both LOIS and Lasso. So right now, Lasso is using a Google Maps API for our mapping purposes, but we do plan to bring additional features there. I'm going to stop myself from speaking any further of what's going to be ultimately delivered in the first release, but just know that we are working to improve the maps here in Lasso. Now, if you scroll down after adding those 2 properties past the map, you will see those 2 sites listed, and we see those same buttons again that we saw earlier before. Now, of course, if your property is not in that list of LOIS properties, you do have the option to add a new building or site in Lasso. The good thing is that, again, LOIS and Lasso are connected. So if you create your buildings and sites in LOIS, they show up in Lasso. If you happen to create your building or site in Lasso first, it will automatically flow back to your LOIS account as well too. So again, always best practice to make sure that that property does not already exist in LOIS. If you confirm that, then you can go ahead and create it in Lasso if that site does not already exist in LOIS. And like I said, that will then appear again in Lasso or LOIS afterwards. Now, once your building or site has been added, you can then click on the property at any time, and this will take you to the property details screen. So this is where responses would go in for an RFI submission. Now, over to the right, you will see that there is a checklist to submit your property. We would need to answer any requirement questions set by the project owner, the state, which we have. I think it was that we needed a site greater than 20 acres, which both of these sites are. And then the other checklist item is to answer all required questions. So this, of course, means that there are going to be some questions in this RFI that are going to be mandatory in order for me to click Submit Property. Not all of them, but there will be important ones marked by the Department of Commerce where they will need that data to be able to, of course, analyze it after the fact. Now, as you scroll down, you get to the requirements area. So again, we see that requirement we saw earlier today, and we have met that requirement, so we can continue forward. And then from here, we get to the questions. So this is where we could actually go about answering or submitting our responses. Now, what's great about this compared to, again, like an Excel spreadsheet or old school way of responding to RFIs, we have an answer tracker here, so we can see how far along we are with completing the entire RFI. So in total, we have 42 questions in total, half of which have been marked as required by the Department of Commerce, or whoever the project owner might be in Lasso that's invited you. And so you may be asking yourself, how did we get to 17% of the questions answered, or roughly a third of the required questions answered? And that is due to the fact that the information you've entered in LOIS for these buildings and sites, some of that is automatically flowing into your RFI response, because it's the same questions you've been asked already for your site or building. So what's the point, obviously, of having to fill that information out again? So that's just one way we go about trying to help all of you save time with these RFI submissions, so you can spend less time filling out RFIs and, again, getting back to more fun activities. And so as you go through the RFI, you will see that the questions are organized in categories. So we start with primary categories, which is a high-level overview of the questions in that group. So like location information, ownership and entitlements, etc. And once you click on these categories, they then reveal more granular categories known as secondary categories. And so as you click through the secondary categories, you're going to then see the questions appear there to the right. And so you click on different secondaries, the questions are going to refresh to show you the questions within that group. Now, another thing you may have noticed as well too is that these categories have a lot of red R's next to them, right? It's like our questions have chicken pox at this point. But if you go into a category and you answer all the questions that are required, then those red R's are going to start to disappear for you. So let's say for this site or building, you know, we've got 2 owners here. Watch what happens to the red R once we answer this question. It goes away. So, over time, as you complete all those questions that have been marked required by the project owner, those red R's will start to disappear. And again, your answer tracker will let you know how far along you still are with your submission. Now, in Lasso, you are going to come across, when you go to answer questions, there's going to be 3 different ways you could possibly answer the question. And that is going to be controlled by the project owner. Again, the Department of Commerce in this case. And so before you answer a question, over to the right, you probably have noticed that there are red X's to indicate if a question has been answered or not. So red X naturally means the question hasn't been answered. Green check mark means that it has. And so the first of those 3 answer types you'll come across is a text field. Pretty standard, right? In these cases, it allows us to enter in any kind of response we want. So we can enter in multiple words, sentences, special characters. Lasso will let us answer completely freely in these cases. Now, another answer type that you will come across is choices, which will be a drop down naturally. So those choices that are going to be in that list will be controlled by the project owner. And so if you know, if you have any kind of issues with the choices in the list or that list needs to be updated, you could send that feedback to the project owner and they can update those questions for next time. But naturally, when it comes to a drop down like this, then you know, you're going to need to select from the selected choices there. And so this brings me to the third and final answer type, which is numeric. And so naturally, when you come across a question that's a numeric answer type, Lasso is going to force you to enter in a number. So a lot of feedback we see with this one, because when it is a number answer type, you can only enter in numbers and decimals and nothing else. Can't do any other special characters beyond that, can't add any additional commentary to go with it. So I know what some people may be thinking now, well, let's say we have a site where we could have 2 different electric rates, or, you know, we need to explain, you know, the story behind that number. What I recommend you do now is, you know, contact that project owner, give them that feedback that you need to provide more information to go with that. And what they can do is simply just add a follow-up text question to allow you to provide that detail and information. But it's helpful for them, you know, at the state level when they're collecting submissions from communities all across the state to be able to compare this data across each and every one of your sites. If everybody is answering in different ways, it makes it very challenging and difficult for them to, you know, make sense of that data after they've collected it. But still, you know, they can work with you to be able to give you that peace of mind that you're explaining, you know, what goes behind providing that number to them, the project owner. Now, another feature that I wanted to talk about is getting help from like phoning a friend, right? So we talked about earlier, like when I accessed the project as a community partner and I needed help from, say, my coworker, I could invite them as a collaborator, in which case they would get an invite just like me, log in, and they would see exactly what I have in this project submission. Any sites I've added, they would see any answers I've entered. They could update those answers, add new ones. They would have basically the exact same access as myself, being my collaborator. But there are times where you want to get help from others in your network that you don't want to have access to all that information. You want them to help you with very specific things or specific sites, right? So in those cases, what we recommend you do is send a questionnaire. So when you're answering the questions in the top right here, you can click the select option. And what it's going to do is it's going to add checkboxes next to each and every question in this RFI. Now, what you can do at this point, like for me, for example, there's a lot of utility or electric questions that I have no idea what the answer is, but my utility partner does. And so if I go to the utility section, I can either select questions individually, or if I'd like to send all of them to my utility partner, I could do that as well. And you're not limited to just one category. You could, jump around and give access to whatever questions in the RFI you'd like to. At that point, once you've selected your questions, you'll see here in the clear area how many questions you've selected to send off. We can then click Send Questionnaire, and this will bring up the questionnaire wizard. So it's pretty straightforward, gives you instructions to walk through it, but this is essentially what my utility partner is going to see when they receive the invite to complete this questionnaire for me. So I could just call this utility questions. A lot of times what I'll see from our existing users is that they'll put the name of the site or they'll put the name of the project just so the utility knows firsthand what this is. So I'll put like a name there. And then up here at the top is how we can navigate through that wizard. So this, of course, is just going to summarize the questions we selected. They look good, great. If not, you can always remove any questions you don't want to include. And then you get to recipient. So what I recommend doing is, of course, searching for that utility partner. In this case, like I would search by their email address because that's the most unique identifier versus like first or last name. It's totally up to you. But generally, that would probably be the best way to see if that person you're sending the questionnaire is already in our system. Keeping in mind that the LOIS database and Lasso database are virtually the same. So if they're in LOIS, they would appear in these results too. And so we've got, again, like a little test profile or training profile we use here. And once they come up in the results like this, I can simply add them. And now they are my recipient. Now let's say that they do not already exist in our system. So here, if I search for some random name, right? Then the form is going to refresh to allow us to create that new user on the spot. And so you'll just need to fill out the required information one time, their org name, email, first and last name. And then next time you need to invite them to an RFI, they'll be in those search results so you don't have to create them again. Now, once you get to options, this is going to be the email notification that's going to go out to your utility partners. And so you have control over what the subject is going to be and the body of the message. So we do provide you templates in this case, but of course, customize that to, however you'd like. And then you've got some options here of what additional data you want to share with them when they're filling out this questionnaire. Do you want them to have access to that project description, that 3 to 5 sentence summary? Probably okay, so I'm going to leave that checked. And then we also have the option to grant them access to the project attachments. These, again, would be the attachments uploaded by the project owners that they're sharing with you, the community partners, as you respond to the RFI. So I'm going to go ahead and provide that to my partner here. There's actually a good tutorial on how to complete a questionnaire, so anybody who's doing that for the first time should be helpful. And then once we're good to go, I can go to number 5, review. Make sure everything I just filled out looks good to me, so we can click Send Questionnaire. Now, of course, if you need to make changes later, you can save it for later and come back at a later time. But we're going to go ahead and send that bad boy out. Okay. So once you do send out a questionnaire, they are going to be listed here under your list of questions. And so keep in mind that just like collaborators, you can invite multiple collaborators. You can also send out multiple questionnaires for your site. So, if you need to send one again to, say, 2 people at the same utility to see whoever's going to respond to it first, or a rail partner or something like that, naturally you can have as many as you need to send out from there. And so initially the status is going to show as sent, just to let you know that the email has been delivered to their inbox. Once you would send that invitation out, they will get an invite similar to the one I showed you today. It's a little more to the point, but basically in that email, when they click the link there, it's going to take them to the Lasso website, and it will ask them to just simply verify their email address. So we know utilities are busy and so forth. Everybody here is busy, let's be honest. But we give them the option to basically access these questionnaires without having to create a password. So as long as they enter in the email address that you sent the questionnaire to, after clicking that link, it will verify their access and they will be brought to a single page in the application that will look like this. Okay. So this is the questionnaire page. Again, let's pretend for a moment that I'm that utility partner that just got that invite from the community. And we can see again key details here. Who it was that sent me the questionnaire, what RFI this is for, project description since the community partner decided to share that, any attachments for the project, as well as the site and or building in question. So they get those details there. And as they scroll down, you can see that they're only seeing those questions that I had assigned to them in that questionnaire. They're not seeing anything about ownership and entitlements, location information. If it doesn't involve them, we don't necessarily want them to see it. So this is a great tool and option in the event that you need help from others inside a Lasso RFI submission, but you don't want to give them full access. And so if you enter in the as the recipient of that questionnaire is filling out those responses, you, the community partner, will see those responses coming into your submission in real time. So we can see here under electricity that after that utility partner would have answered that question, it's coming back in our submission. Now I did say real time, so I want to be clear, it is not real time. What you do have to do is refresh your screen periodically just to see the responses coming in. But if that utility partner or the recipient of the questionnaire has answered something, since you last refresh your page, you click that refresh and then those answers will come in. So probably good practice if you've sent out a questionnaire to just refresh like every hour or so. But honestly, if you're just, taking a break from these submissions, like I'll do my submissions for 20 minutes, come back a couple hours or later in the day or tomorrow, that will just automatically refresh those responses too. Now, the other thing to note here as well is if we scroll down past the questions, this is where you can go to upload any files that are being requested in the RFI project. So there are two areas where you could do this. The first being property images. So naturally, any kind of photos you have, aerial shots and whatnot, they could be uploaded here to property images. And the good thing is that again, with the interconnectivity of LOIS, if you have photos already attached to your LOIS listings, they're automatically showing up here in your RFI submission. Now you can decide to not include those with your submission if you'd like. Maybe that's just for your public listing. But if we do want to keep them, we certainly can. And so naturally you can click the upload image to find any of those photos that you'd like to upload. We do support multi-file uploads, so you can upload several files at once, obviously. But you can also drag and drop if that's easier too, just in the upload images section. Now, as we scroll down, there's also the attachments area. So this is where any additional files that may be requested from the project owner could go. And so what you guys will probably see when you're responding to Lasso RFIs is there will be an attachment section, and it's going to ask if you to please attach this and that. Keep in mind that you cannot attach files currently here directly in the questions. So if you do come across any questions requesting files from you to attach, please go ahead and do that down here at the bottom. And then most likely it will just be like a choice question type, has your file been uploaded? Yes, no, unavailable, things like that. Okay, now one of the things that I'd like to wrap up with here is going to be what really makes Lasso stand out, which you heard about it a little earlier today. Many of you heard of it on the virtual trainings, which is total data recall. This is the feature where you don't have to answer the same questions again and again and again and again. And so what I always recommend to everyone here, just our users in general, is once you've added your property to a Lasso project, before you scroll down and start manually answering the questions, start here at the top with the Recall Answers button. What this will do is it will check Lasso for any projects that you have submitted this site or building to in the past. Doesn't matter if the site was submitted to the Department of Commerce, if it was submitted to any of our site selector subscribers. What we do is when we onboard new customers, we provide two standard templates. One includes our master RFI, which consists of over 700 industrial and manufacturing questions. It's a lot. Yes, I saw some faces and gasped out there. I agree. I did the same. And the reason it's so big is because it's a very thorough list, right? It was put together by the site selection firm that helped co-develop Lasso, and really it includes every possible question they could ever ask for an industrial or manufacturing project. That's why there are so many. They literally covered their bases there. And so what we do when we onboard new subscribers is we instruct our subscribers to make a copy of those templates, and then just, of course, take away what is it that you don't need to ask of your communities. And then they can, of course, ask any unique questions. They can add to that template after they've made a copy. But all this is to say is that because a lot of those questions are used across our subscribers, because most of the time, whether it's site selectors, the state, whomever, they're asking a lot of the same questions. So this feature helps to make sure that no matter who you're submitting an RFI to in Lasso, if you've submitted that site before, there's a good chance if you have to submit it again, that you're going to save yourself countless hours of having to fill out the same information. So here at the top, again, before you ever start to answer questions on an RFI submission, just give that recall answers button a click. Because what this will do is within a second or two, it will check the system for any projects we've submitted this site to in the past. And in this case, it was able to recall 34 answers within a matter of seconds. So now, if we scroll down, we can see that our questions answered has jumped from, I think it was like 17%, 19% to 90%. And so we also look at the required questions. We now have 100% of those complete with just a click. And so if we were to scroll to the top now, we can see that we've completed that check item on the list there for required questions. We do have one more, but before we close out, I did want to also highlight here that if you forget to click that recall answers button at the start, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal, because as you're submitting to the project, any questions you haven't answered yet are going to have an individual recall previous answer button. So this is another option too. If you'd rather not do a bulk import, you'd like to see what data is coming in to make sure that that's accurate and it's up to date. That's a good way of performing that quality assurance. And of course, if you do need to update an answer that was recalled, go right ahead. As soon as you save that new answer, the next time you recall that response, it will have the most recent answer you've submitted on file. So here I can click recall, and we can see how that answer just came in with a single click there. And that's submitting to Lasso. So with that being said, everyone, here in our checklist, we can now see that there's a new item for me to complete all questionnaires that I've sent out. Let's say, for example, that I sent this to my utility partner. Their status would say working at that point once they started answering questions. If they forgot to complete their questionnaire, like there's a big green button for them to click once they're done. If you click that view button here, you could actually complete it for them on their behalf. So just to show you again real quick, if we go to the questionnaires, if you have any open questionnaires for your submission, just go to the view button here to the right and then click complete my questionnaire. Basically, you're just doing that on behalf of whoever you sent the questionnaire to. Of course, they're free to do it, but if it's just easier for you to do it, that's a quick workaround for that. And then we could just go back to our property. Got all items checked off now. And so we can then click submit property. And that's it. So once you click that button, naturally, you can see that the status has changed on our end. In this case, because I do have a delegator above me, my regional partner, Amy, she is going to receive a notification that I have submitted this site. And so she will need to approve that in order for it to make its way back up to the state. And so if we go to the properties list here, we can see that the status is marked as finished for that site. I've got one other site here to submit, and we could fill out all this information again, but I'm going to save us all some time here, recall those answers, and we'll get that second site submitted too. So best practice is once you've answered as many questions as you can for a project, is to go ahead and click that big submit property button at the top of the page where you've been answering questions. Once you go to your properties list now, we will see that the site, my sites show a status of finished. So we're good to go there. And then the last and final step would be to go to the project details. That's the main screen you're taken to when you first open the project. And then we can click submit project. As a participant, when you click this button, you're basically telling your delegator, if you happen to have one, or directly to the Department of Commerce, that you have submitted every site or building you plan to, you've answered as many questions as you can, you consider your participation for this RFI to be complete. So with that, you can click complete there, and the status will be updated. Keep in mind, if you did do it prematurely, you can still go back and update and answer responses up until the project owner would close the project. So don't freak out, and we've got developers that can reverse all that stuff too, and we've got hourly backups. Never freak out, guys, like we've got your back. So with that, I've submitted my properties, and I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Amy, again, my regional partner and delegator, to hopefully approve my submissions to the project.
Okay, to wrap this up then, once again, Chris originally, or the state originally invited me to participate in this project. I was playing a role of a regional group or a county. I had invited my local partner, Chris, to participate and add his property. So now if I do that, I still have total control as a county or regional group to just kind of look it over and approve it. So I'm back into my projects. I see the two properties that Chris had added. So I could go into my properties. They would show up just as Chris was showing you all. I could obviously need to evaluate it. So I could open each one, look at it, but most likely I will go in on the right. There's the export feature to dump it all into Excel to review. So I could do that with each one of the properties that my partner, my community partner, submitted. I obviously want to approve his submission, but before I do that, I need to approve anybody I invited, like Chris. So I have to go into my list of delegators, my community partners, and approve each one. And as you can see in the middle, in red, it says approvals needed for them. So I simply open them up. It would have my community partner's name in there, and I just click on the green check, the checkbox to approve them. So I'd go through each one of those guys, approve their properties. Then my final step is to submit the project back to the state or whoever invited me. So I'm back at the top. This looks similar to what Chris was just doing, but I'm submitting all my properties now back to the state. So once I click on submit, now Commerce has received a notification that, hey, these guys are done. You can review the properties. And anytime I can go back in here and generate it into a PDF to all my submissions. So back into my properties, I can generate the PDF. And this is a similar layout as we did earlier this morning of the LOIS property brochure, where it has, like, first it'll have the map of all the properties, and then it will list each one of those PDF brochures, just as a quick little summary too. So I'll open that just a bit more. But that's the final step. You see, here's the map, and then each one of those property submissions in the PDF. So now Chris gets to answer any questions that you guys may have. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just a couple other things too, guys, before we move on to brainstorming questions. In addition to this PDF report here, which I am having a heck of a time trying to close. There we go. In addition to being able to export to PDF format, naturally you can export your raw responses to Excel as well too. So if you wanted to do that, like Amy mentioned, you can click that export option here over to the right on any of your sites. If you'd like to see all of the properties that you've submitted to a project and the responses you've generated, there is the export project button there as well too. Now, before we get into QA, I just wanted to highlight some good best practices to follow when responding to RFIs in Lasso. First off, of course, those invitations, go ahead and check your spam or junk folders. If you do not see the invites in your inbox, there's a good chance they ended up there. But also keep in mind too that you don't have to wait for that email notification. You can always just go to the Lasso website directly, use the login with LOIS option, and all of your projects that you've participated in the past or ones you've been invited to at that time will be there waiting for you. And so the next one here, check the select from LOIS properties. Again, always best for you to make sure that the property is not already in LOIS or Lasso before you go to create a new building or site when responding to an RFI. So always start with that first button you see, select from LOIS properties. And I want to make a quick point of that too. If you don't see the property in the select from LOIS properties list, but you know it's in LOIS, that's an opportunity to contact Amy or I, because it could be a setting that's preventing you from seeing that in the Lasso application. Recalling your answers before answering questions manually, right? I know everybody here loves filling out hundreds of questions every other day. So do yourself a favor, use that recall answers feature. The more you submit a site, the less work you'll have to submit the next time for it. And the other good thing about recall answers that I want to call out is that, let's say that I'm with an organization, I fill out all the information for a site, God forbid, 6 months later, I move on to another opportunity somewhere completely different, right? Different organization. That information doesn't go away that I submitted before for my, my successor or whoever would take my position from that. They too would be able to recall the answers. So we have this data linked to the organizations, not an individual person from the organizations. So even if I submit a site today, and maybe in a week or two, my coworker gets an invite needing to submit the same project, they could select it from the LOIS list, click recall answers. It would recall anything that I've entered amongst anyone else on our team that has entered. Inviting your coworkers as collaborators. So again, this is a way for you, if you get an invite to an RFI, if you happen to be part of a community with more than one person working at the EDO, that is a way for you to get help to where someone can have the exact same access that you do to a project. Seeing any properties you've added, being able to update and enter any responses. And then for those cases where you want to give limited access, that's where you want to send those questionnaires where you select those check boxes and send off to, say, like a utility or a rail partner. There are cases too where I see that utilities or rails may fill out the majority of the RFI versus the community partner, and that's perfectly fine too. So in that case, if they needed to be able to see everything, feel free to invite them as a collaborator. These are just like, examples, but you're free to use the tools however you see fit. Number 6, last but not least, do not be afraid to ask for help. We know that this software is new. We know that it is awesome, but it's also overwhelming for some. And so that's what Amy and I are here for. We are always available through our support email address that creates a ticket. Both Amy and I get copied on those. We're constantly checking that email address throughout the day. If we need to hop on a phone call every now and then to help you walk you through something, we're more than happy to do that. I think one of the great things about our company is that, not to say our competitors are not this, but we are very empathetic. We understand the pain that you guys are facing, and we don't take it lightly. Because frankly, we feel that pain because we're getting it from all sorts of different communities across the country. And so, like I said at the start, we're not perfect yet, or we're going to strive to be. We're going to constantly evolve the software, so you can expect to see updates over time. I think this is going to be a very welcome change for all of you as you begin to adopt the tools, and rest assured that you're not going to go in this alone. We will be there to help you along the way. So with that, I think we can lead into brainstorm or any questions that the group might have.
Poor guy. I get to kick things off with questions, I guess. So a couple of things. First, I want to comment, I really appreciate in your example, you had 24 days for an RFI. if Commerce could just go ahead and make sure we all have 24 days, that would be greatly appreciated.
You don't get away with that one.
So I did want to, and I apologize if I missed it, but did you cover the notes section at the end of the tool? So we've used this tool quite a few times. Word of caution to Commerce, this is an extraordinary tool. It's awesome. Use the number selection and the drop down like extraordinarily sparingly. Just always use text. At one point in time, Lisa Franklin said you guys might add a box below where you use the numbers where you could add something in. That's not there yet. So
Yeah.
is there other notes at the end of the submission box that I just missed in your presentation?
No, you did not miss that. So that does not exist today. We do have a couple of tickets around that scenario, right? Where, you know, a lot of the example that I get again is like if there's 2 electrical rates that need to be supplied, or you just have to go further beyond the number. Like it just does not help the community to only give you the number and it's not capturing the system. So I will tell you that our backlog right now of enhancements, we have about 200 for Lasso alone. So we are recording these things. We are prioritizing them. What we, of course, need to do as a company is we need to consider all of our users. We also have to consider the impact it's going to make when we do develop something, because some of these features can take a lot of time with the databases and systems we have in place. I can't give you an exact date of when that's going to be available. I will tell you, though, that it is further towards the top of the list, though.
Yeah, and I just say, like I said, great tool. Extraordinarily happy you have it. Just use the text all the time, because you'd be surprised. Even when you think it's just a number, you might need to add something. It is a pain in the rear end to contact and be like, make a note of this. If you just add text, they can just write in, it's this, and then leave it that way, or they can just add in a few sentences of explanation. Just saves a ton of time and energy.
Sure. You know I'm on board. Here's a question, and maybe this is much for Amy as well. If a utility partner is answering a question about a specific site or building, okay, everybody knows me, I'm a wee bit lazy and probably not that sharp. So I filled out my initial assessment in LOIS on this property, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I didn't fill in any of the infrastructure questions on there, but guess what? Now I've asked a question about that building of a utility provider. Let's say it's electrical. And my electrical partner has answered all the questions. Does that populate back to the LOIS listing? And is it there in perpetuity? And if they upgrade the electrical service to the building, I mean, we're gonna have to edit that, and that I'm sure so.
Yeah. So right now, no. The answer is no. The information that you fill out in the LOIS form can automatically flow into your RFI submission, but it does not, flow from the RFI back into that LOIS property form, the lime green and blue forms that you saw Amy highlight today. That too is on our list. Surprise, surprise. What we've been talking through when we first recorded this feature is, as far as like authorizing the changes to that form, right? Do we want, just one person being able to update that form that is, public facing, right? Some of that data is publicly facing out there. And so we've talked about like approvals and things like that. I think ultimately, it's going to require more discussion before we decide how we develop it, frankly. And it may require us to have more communicate or discussions with communities like yourself or the states, right? Like we need to see like what would work best for everyone once we do develop that. But that again is something we are considering doing to bring that data from the RFI to the LOIS property forms.
And so I have maybe two questions, but on the, when you get the request in, is there a way to view the request prior to accepting it? Because sometimes you have, the request doesn't fit your community.
Sure.
And then I think secondly, the second question that I have would be maybe more for Commerce is when would this be kind of the rollout requirement for responding to RFIs?
Yeah, well, for that first question, no, you cannot see the projects in Lasso, the questions, until the project owner, most of the time it's going to be the Department of Commerce, has activated that project. They could, however, export the project to Excel and share that with you beforehand if they chose to, but in the software, we do not have that option. And then I think the follow-up question was for the Department of Commerce. Sorry, Rick.
No worries. Any other questions for Chris at the moment? Going once, going twice. Okay. Brett's saying stand by the microphone. Lois? Oh, yes. Lasso, actually. Timeline? I'd say the next RFI that we send out. So now. So there's be a little bit of growing that'll happen, a little bit of trial and error, not on his part, but probably on my part. But yeah, the next RFI that we send out will be using that platform. Matt, we have to address that. When have you ever had a site selector give you 24 days to respond?
I would like to clarify that the sample project was for site readiness initiative.
Yeah, Matt. If you can convince the site selectors of that, I'm on board, but thank you, Matt. Okay, we're gonna switch stuff up just a little bit here, right? Okay, we were gonna have a little bit of a brainstorming session, but right after break, we have partners coming in from different agencies, and so we want to keep that timeline rigid. So at 2:15, we'll do that. So rather than do a live brainstorming, what we're going to do is we're going to encourage you. There's note cards on everybody's table. And you remember the idea of brainstorming is to just generate ideas. There's no good ideas, bad ideas, dumb ideas, smart ideas. They're all just ideas right now. I would like to see as many as we could put together. The one thing that we won't have from a live brainstorming is we won't be able to feed off each other's ideas except maybe at your own tables. Apologize for that, but that's where we're going to go. So let's use every note card we can in the room, and I'm sure you've all got suggestions for us. And to Melissa, as she's walking away, we are listening, Melissa. We will listen to these ideas. So if nothing else, loud and clear, we understand, we will listen. So for brainstorming, we'll actually, for the next 25, 26 minutes, work on those note cards. Maybe Tracy and I and some of the developers will walk around a little bit, but let's just get ideas going there. And then we'll do a quick break. And then at 2:15, we'll have our partners in the room at various tables, and we'll get that set up while we're doing that. So bit of a modification on the fly. Tracy's twitching a little bit right now, but that's what we're going to do. So talk amongst yourselves, and we'll be back in a few. A little bit of input that already came back to me. This is on anything and everything within commerce. Anything you think we could support, help on, not just the LOIS Lasso part, but definitely LOIS Lasso or anything else. I mean, if you want Landon to shave his beard, it can be on a card. So, what's that? Right. There was a few folks that called in. We had an RFI that went out a month ago, and we had a call-in for the RFI process. It was experimental. We learned a little bit, but it was a question and answer period. We want to implement that for most RFIs now, so that you can talk live. Now, if we can convince those dirty dog site developers or site selectors into being a part of that conversation, we definitely will. Matt didn't even hear me. We definitely will. But at the very least, it will be the subject matter expert from Department of Commerce that initiated the RFI, and whoever else from across the state has questions on submitting that RFI. So, first things first, I want to thank all of the agency leaders that have come in to help us out today. I'd like to briefly introduce this incredible group. they lead their individual agencies, and we partner with each and every one of them. And I'm so thankful that they took time out of their busy days to come here and share their knowledge with us. I'm assuming Commissioner Goring was about 80 miles an hour on the way in. That's usually, so you're a supporter of the new speed limit. So yes. But anyway, I'm gonna step through quickly through the agency folks that we have here, and then a quick rules of engagement here. First of all, we have Stacy Lang, Deputy Tax Commissioner from the North Dakota Tax Department. And you'll see Dave Lehman from our developer crew will be at her table as well. So if you got tax questions, if you got tax issues, back taxes owed, anything like that, she can help you out. So Reese Haas, Director of North Dakota Water Resources, he'll have Corby sitting with him. And sorry Reese, I forgot which job Reese was in, and I asked him to fill out a document from his previous job. He's like, that's not my job anymore, Rich. So we got none other than Pat from Job Service, the man who needs no introduction, along with Guillermo, again, who needs no introduction. Treat him well, Pat. So Job Service, Pat and Guillermo there. And Commissioner Goring from the North Dakota Department of Agriculture. And we'll have Kevin Sensala sitting at his table, and obviously your table is already very active there, Commissioner. Sherry Haugen-Hoffert, Commissioner of North Dakota Public Service Commission, with Tom will be at her table as well. Dave Glott, Director of North Dakota Department of Environmental Quality. Tracy will be at his table. Chad Orn, Deputy Director of Planning, North Dakota Department of Transportation. We'll have Landon at his table, I believe. Yes, Landon at his table. And Andrew Tweet, business banker, Bank of North Dakota, with Mr. Opp, CEO of our development fund, at his table. With that, what we're going to do is we're going to engage for about 10 minutes. Then it's kind of like speed dating. Then you find a new table. I think we stole that from EDND, but speed dating, and then you'll move to a new table. We're going to start at 2:17, so at 2:27, we're going to switch. So let the games begin. Please welcome to the stage Katie Ralston-Howe, who you've learned earlier is our Deputy Commissioner and the Director of our Workforce Division. She's going to share some updates on workforce ecosystem and global talent efforts shaping our strategy. Katie, stage is yours.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much to EDND and the Economic Development and Finance teams for inviting me to speak a little bit this afternoon about some of the things we're working on in the Workforce Division. I was given 3 specific topics to touch on, and knowing that I can be a little long-winded, we probably won't cover much more than that. So if you have questions about programs that I'm not addressing today, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or a member of our workforce team. We're always happy to answer questions and get you connected to resources that are available. So the first thing I want to talk about is a statewide workforce ecosystem assessment that we did in partnership with Deloitte throughout the last several months. The project itself spanned from December 2024 till about April of 2025, and we produced our final report in May, June of this year, which is available on our website. I did not have the forethought to put a QR code on the slides, but it is available for you to review. I'm just going to touch on some of the high points today. But when we started this project, the initial impetus was that we wanted to map our workforce system. This is not something that we had done before, and a few years ago I started asking some of my colleagues across state government about, this map. Have we ever mapped our system? Have we ever kind of figured out how job seekers and employers navigate their way through our workforce system? And the answer across the board was, no, we've never done that. But, we all know one another in this space. And so, we're happy to get people connected, but we hadn't really put pen to paper on this. And so that was something I wanted to do to help us understand what we're doing well and maybe where we can identify some opportunities for improvement or ways to create more efficiencies, not only in how we operate, but how we serve our customers. A little background on what we wanted to get out of this project. First was that we wanted to conduct a comprehensive workforce ecosystem maturity assessment to figure out what are we doing, who's doing what are we doing well, where are there opportunities to improve. We also wanted to engage stakeholders. This was really important. So we had community-based organizations, employers, state agency leaders, all involved in the study that we did, and I'll touch on this a little bit more throughout the presentation on how we engage them, but it was really important that we had insight from the people that we work with and the people that we work to serve. We also wanted, of course, some recommendations on what we can do as a state to improve. So that's the stage that we're in now. I will be touching on that, but we're really excited about the report that we got. Finally, we wanted to include some strategic recommendations specific to our WIOA core partners. WIOA stands for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. So that's our job service partners, adult education, Division of Vocational Rehabilitation within the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Workforce Development Council, which is housed in Commerce. So we wanted some recommendations for how we as partners can be working together in more efficient ways. And then we also wanted a plan specific for the Workforce Development Council, which some of you are familiar with. The Workforce Development Council's mission is to advise the governor and public concerning the nature and extent of workforce needs in the state and provide recommendations for addressing those needs. And so a lot of our recommendations do carry some sort of legislative action that's required in order to implement. And this board really has been looked to as the owner of the state's workforce strategy over the last several years. And so we wanted this project to also inform the direction of that board moving forward. So getting into our approach for stakeholder engagement, we had roughly 300 folks involved in this study. So we did 14 interviews, and that was with state agency leaders, Workforce Development Council members, community partners, and industry leaders. We did 5 focus groups, and then we also did a statewide employer survey, which had we left it open, I think we would have gotten more respondents, of course, but we had it open for about a month and had 247 employers respond. So we were pleased with that, and we actually felt across the board we actually did get to a point of saturation with the feedback that we were getting. So we were hearing a lot of the same information over and over, and so this really reinforced the direction that we were heading and helped to inform our findings and what we were able to develop from there. Okay, so going into the employer survey just a little bit. There we go. All right, so we had 247 employers respond. You can see the size of these employers on the screen, and so this was pretty proportionate to who we're engaging with as a workforce system. 74% of North Dakota businesses have fewer than 10 employees, and so we had good response from them. That is, small business, I think, drives so much of our economy in North Dakota, and so having their voice was really important. And then we had a good mix of larger employers as well. We had 30 industries represented in our pool, and they were coming from communities of all sizes across the state. And so we had really good representation. It wasn't just from our largest cities. We had rural communities really stepping in to participate as well. And then the top 3 industries from which we had participation were healthcare, construction, and energy, which is no surprise given their presence across the state. Some of the information that we got from them was super helpful. Actually, not some, all of it was really helpful. One of the questions we asked was about the quality of applicants in the talent pool, because looking back over the last 4 years, we have started to see an increase in our total workforce participation numbers. So in 2020, 2020, 2021, that number dipped to 395,000 workers in the workforce. And now, based on Job Services report that came out, annual report that came out at the end of 2024, we had about 425,000 workers. And so that's an increase of about 30,000 workers in the workforce. That is significant growth, especially when you consider the fact that a 1% increase in our total employment is 4,000 workers, which is no small feat. And so we wanted to get from employers a little information on what they are seeing, because anecdotally, we'd been hearing from some larger employers saying that talent pools are getting stronger, they're filling vacancies faster, they're not having vacancies as frequently as they had, a few years ago, and that they feel more confident with the skill sets that they're seeing within the talent pools. We also have heard some say that they are fully staffed, and they haven't been able to say that they're fully staffed for a number of years. And so, of course, this isn't the sentiment across the board, but when you hear larger employers in industries like construction and energy say that, hey, we're feeling pretty good about the workforce, you start to say, okay, we should probably look into this and see where see who else is saying that. So speaking to the talent pool specifically, they did say that applicants have more credentials and education. They have more applicants than they had. And then one respondent even said in the last 2 years, it seems there are more people looking for employment. And so that's really good for North Dakota employers. And then, of course, on the flip side, some folks say it's harder to find talent. Nothing has changed in the last few years. And so, digging into some of those industry trends or geographical trends is going to be really important for us moving forward as we build and continue to refine the state's workforce strategy. Next, we asked about younger applicants, because one of the things that we hear, again, anecdotally, is that sometimes younger job applicants are lacking soft skills. So we wanted to ask about that too, to see what North Dakota employers said. This was also something that was studied a number of years ago in a statewide report that was done, I think, led out of the university system, where one of the key findings there was that employers did not feel as confident hiring younger talent because they were lacking soft skills. They also were hesitant to promote from within because workers were lacking those soft skills or leadership skills and weren't quite ready for manager or management positions. This sentiment was supported with our survey respondents. Only 24% of the employers surveyed have confidence in younger applicants' soft skills. And so that is an opportunity for our education partners to help students prepare for the workforce, not just on the technical skill side, but on the soft skills and functional skills as well. So some of the statements that we got that I thought were really helpful to share are that younger applicants are not coming out of high school with the skills they need to succeed in the workforce. They're lacking skills lacking interpersonal skills. They're unreliable. Workers are not prepared for the workforce. And then, of course, on the flip side, some are saying, hey, our high school students, our college students are the best employees we have. And so that gives us some confidence too, that there is hope with our younger generations that they'll be able to meet the needs that we have as employers to help drive the state forward. But certainly an opportunity to help make sure that all students have an opportunity to develop the skills that they need to succeed in the workplace. Broadly speaking, employers felt that skill gaps exist in this order. So when we talk about skill gaps, it's important to keep in mind it's not just technical. First is soft skills. Second is functional skills. So showing up to work on time, being able to draft an email, picking up the phone and calling someone. And then third is technical skills. So much of what we do, at least within our division, is focused on technical skill development. And it's important to keep in mind that employers aren't just looking for those technical skills. We need to be focusing on future workers as a whole person, not just what they can do from the technical side. We also asked about how employers are utilizing the workforce system. So we saw really great response when it came to job service. 72% of our employers that participated are familiar with job service, and the number one way they're utilizing job service is by posting vacancies on the ND Workforce Connection, which is an excellent tool that I strongly encourage you to utilize with the employers that you're supporting, or for you yourself as an employer. And then of course, if you're aware of any job seekers looking for jobs, please point them in this direction. We had 35% of our participants have also participated in a career fair that's hosted by Job Service. We also asked about commerce, and the results weren't as encouraging. 80% of the respondents are not familiar with the workforce programs that Commerce is offering, even though they were participating in our survey. And the number one thing that they were familiar with or that they have utilized is Operation Intern, which we know is a widely used program. It's very popular, so that was encouraging. And then, when we asked for, some of the open-ended questions, they went on to list that they're not really aware of what we're doing, or the programs that they did cite aren't actually at Commerce. And so, when we think about this morning, our conversation about how Commerce only has $900,000 for the biennium to promote what we're doing, this is a huge window of opportunity for us. We don't have a great way of getting all the information out all the time, so we really rely on our partners at the local and regional level to help share information with your businesses, to help spread the word. And so we've got some work to do in this area. And if the person who left the last comment on the slide that says our relationship is fabulous with the workforce team, we think you're fabulous. We really appreciate that you know us and what we're doing. We're always happy to help. So moving on to the ecosystem map. This is the impetus for the study as a whole. And when I talk about the ecosystem, I want to clarify it's not just state agencies. It's all of you too. It's employers, it's our education partners, it's nonprofit organizations, tribal governments. And so we really have a broad spectrum of agencies, organizations, individuals that I'm talking about when I say ecosystem. And this is a language that you're going to hear us say a lot moving forward as we're thinking about this holistic approach to how we address our workforce needs. So here's our map. It's a lot. This is a lot to digest. It's a very large menu of options, but these are all of the workforce programs and services that our team has been able to find across 9 agencies within the state. Some of these are federal programs, some of them are state. But when I think about, when I go to a restaurant that has a really big menu, it can be a little overwhelming. You don't always know where to start. How do you know you're getting the right thing when you have so many things to choose from? And how do you find your way around? You rely on the server. Well, it's no different with this map. Where do you start? How do you know where to begin? And how do you know that what you're choosing is what's right for the needs that you have in this moment? So here's what we found. We found more than 80 workforce programs across 9 agencies. Keep in mind that this study was done before the Supreme Court got a grant program through the legislature to administer an attorney relocation incentive program. So that's actually a workforce program now in the Supreme Court. So technically this should say 10 plus agencies and 81 plus workforce programs. We also found that there isn't a clear single point of entry. There is not a front door workforce system. You can kind of just jump in anywhere and hope that somebody helps get you where you need to be. And in a place like North Dakota, where we know one another as state agencies, we're happy to get you connected. That isn't a problem unless somebody leaves their position, or unless they're out that day. Then it becomes a little trickier to figure out how we get individuals or businesses best connected with the right resources. So here are some of the findings that we have. As I mentioned, we did reach a point of saturation within our assessment and the stakeholder engagement. And so The following findings we heard over and over again, and this is our window of opportunity and what our recommendations are based on. So first is that from a state standpoint, reduced funding, access, and staffing is limiting program growth and service access. And so we've seen this in a number of areas. You know, some of you may recall that job service used to have more locations statewide, and you know, several years ago they had to close some of those locations, and now their access to rural communities is really driven by, you know, staff members in those 9 workforce centers traveling out, providing services in the local library, community center, gas station. They've been really innovative in the way they're serving, but it's also creating challenges to creating equitable access to services. A couple more, I'm not going to touch on all of these. The structure is relationally driven, and like I said, in North Dakota, we do like that. We like knowing our neighbors. We love being able to say, oh, I can get you over to Bob, he'll be sure to help you. You know, Pat Bernoli, who just left, he loves that. But that can be challenging if you don't know who to ask. And so we want to make sure that we're creating a workforce system, ecosystem, that you don't have to know anyone. You just need to be able to get in the door, and we'll make sure that you're getting where you need to go and that it's not as relationally driven. But we can certainly use that as the strength in our starting here. One of the biggest things, and where I'm going to focus, where our focus will be throughout the next year for sure, is that the patchwork of programs and services would benefit from a more unified leadership vision to drive outcomes. Since our workforce ecosystem at the state level is spread across so many different agencies, we all have a different mission that we're marching toward. We don't have unified goals or measures of success, and that's a challenge when we're looking at the workforce challenge statewide, and we're all speaking about progress using different language, using different metrics. That doesn't really create a story that communicates where we are seeing progress. We don't hear the media talking about a growth of 30,000 workers in the last 4 years because we're not seeing it. When I talk to the media, it's usually about regional workforce impact programs, about Operation Intern, but we're not weaving in the connection to the broader picture and the impact that all of these 80 programs are making. So this is where we are starting in terms of our recommendations and what we're implementing right now. So the first opportunity that we have is to provide a clear vision for the ecosystem, to develop a unified mission that all 9 agencies and our stakeholders and partners statewide can get behind. This is something that we're doing right now with the Governor's Workforce Sub-Cabinet. We started our work at the beginning of the summer, and we've really been moving at a pretty aggressive pace, meeting every other week to develop our shared vision and develop some unified goals. Every program is still going to have their goals and their own metrics. But as a system, we should have some shared goals that we are all working toward so that when we are talking to groups like this or to the media or to the legislature, we're all singing off the same song sheet saying, here's some specific information to a program, but then here's how it connects to the big picture and what we are doing moving forward as a team of 9+ agencies to advance the Governor's workforce vision. Along with those goals are the same measurements of success and figuring out how we can, develop appropriate data sharing agreements to pull information from all of these different programs to help us articulate the broad scale of impact and progress that we're making with our workforce programs. Next is customer focus. I mentioned we don't have a front door, but we also, rather than figuring out what a single front door looks like, because that maybe isn't the most realistic, how do we develop an ecosystem that has no wrong door? No matter where you go, you know with confidence that you are going to get the services that you need in a really efficient way that isn't cumbersome, that you're not having to give the same information to this customer service agent and then that customer service agent and then that one over there. I think we've all been in those situations where when you call or go somewhere for help, you just want to get the help that you need, the answers that you're looking for really quickly, and not create more questions that you have to go somewhere else to find answers to. And so we really want to put the customer at the forefront of what we're doing. Not that we don't already, but of course, this is an area where we're looking at what are we doing well, what can we do better, and how do we get there. Next is awareness and engagement. We have an opportunity to really develop some regional strategies where we have programs and agencies working together differently to serve communities, particularly in rural areas. This is an area that, you know, we don't have the physical presence all the time within a single agency, but how do we maximize resources across agencies to work differently throughout the state? And then the last is in information tracking and sharing. I talked about, you know, the metrics of success. We don't really have a centralized data source for all of our workforce programs and the work that we're doing. And so we need to be able to figure out how we share information across agencies and with the state so that we're maintaining transparency, driving results, and communicating that with one voice. So this I'm not going to dive into. I kind of talked about all of this on the previous slide, but I'm assuming that you'll have access to these slides after today. And so this is also in the report. If and when you are looking for something to read, I would encourage you to take a deeper dive into that. I want to leave a couple minutes here to talk about our Global Talent Office, formerly known as Office of Legal Immigration, or OLI, and it is going to be really hard to move away from referring to it as the OLI because we so loved that acronym. But Global Talent Office is a much better reflection of the work that we are doing to serve the state. So I'm going to go through this somewhat quickly because I know that I'm standing between you and Rich Garman and his closing comments here at the end of the day. Okay. So I want to give just a little background on the global challenge of labor mobility, because North Dakota isn't the only state hurting for workers, although we're usually in the top 3 that have the most severe workforce shortage. High-income countries around the globe are facing massive problems because, I mean, to put it blankly, there just aren't enough youth coming up in these high-income countries to meet the demand for workers. So when I say a high income, we're the United States, Canada, Japan, Germany, so on and so forth. And so although we look at our competition as a local competition for workers, we're competing in a global marketplace. And North Dakota, I think, is figuring out the secret sauce for how we best leverage established visa programs and pathways to recruit, and domestic pathways for recruiting foreign-born talent to our state, which I think is putting us a little ahead of the curve. The one challenge that we are navigating is just, you know, outdated immigration systems. You know, we haven't had immigration reform in the United States since the Reagan administration. So it's been a minute. And so we have an opportunity to really influence that conversation on a national level too, to engage with our congressional delegation to help them see what we're doing in North Dakota that's really innovative, and maybe influence, you know, what potential changes to certain visa programs could benefit not just North Dakota employers, but employers around the nation. So this slide, I always have to keep checking to see if it's really small for you, or if you're actually able to see it, highlights the 4 populations of foreign-born workers. International workers are foreign-born who currently live abroad but might consider immigrating to the United States either temporarily or permanently. This includes H-2A and H-2B, which are really popular. I think we're pretty familiar with those. But it also includes advanced degree holders such as H-1B, EB-3, L-1, and TN visas. Foreign-born workers can also be secondary migrants, meaning they're living already in the United States, and we could recruit them from a different point in the United States to come to North Dakota, which is something that we've been doing. Recent arrivals are another group. They're foreign-born individuals who have recently come to the United States and have the legal right to work through an employment authorization document or temporary protected status. And then last are international students who are currently going to college, university in the United States, and might want to work in the United States after completing their degree. These are typically F1 or M1 visa holders who are eligible to work 1 to 3 years on the OPT visa. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip through this, but this is a good resource as you are working with employers who might be considering visa or hiring someone through a visa. It's really important to clarify that when an employer is utilizing a visa, they have to demonstrate to the United States Department of Labor that they have been unsuccessful in filling that position with an American worker. So we're not taking jobs away from American workers. Employers are saying, hey, we've tried this. We haven't been able to fill the job. Can we get approved for a visa? So it's a really important clarification as you are working with employers. It's also important to note that, you know, a lot of times we want to default to the programs that we are familiar with. We hear a lot about H-2B or H-2A, but H-2B, for example, is very tricky because there's an annual cap of $66,000 annually, and they're gone almost as quickly as they're made available. And so there are some ways that we can supplement these visas, and I don't have the answers to that, but if you have questions about how to supplement an H-2A or H-2B visa, please contact our team and we can get you that information. The EB-3 visa is unique because it comes with a path to permanency. A lot of these other visa programs do not. They are temporary in nature, and so that's a really good one to explore. And H-1B is really popular too for professions that have advanced degrees. So physicians, nurses, dentists, engineers, professors, so on and so forth. Again, that one is tricky because there's a cap of $65,000 annually, and they get about 400,000 applications each year. So currently, the biggest thing that we're doing is we're providing education and resources for employers and community-based organizations who are exploring hiring foreign-born talent. We have connected a number of employers with some recruiting agencies that are able to help fill the jobs that they are having a hard time filling. And so we've helped a number of long-term care facilities recruit Australian nurses using the E3 visa. Those nurses are already in the state and working. That's been a really successful partnership. We've also been able to help facilitate secondary migration from larger metropolitan areas in the United States to North Dakota to fill a lot of skilled trades jobs. And so that has been really successful. And I want to note that out of all of the workers, I think we're at about 25 so far, which when you're considering a visa process, that's incredibly fast. When we started this office 2 years ago, happy birthday to us, our office launched 2 years ago this month. I did not think that we were going to have workers in the state in the last biennium, because I knew that we were navigating a very tricky system that has a lot of complexities to it. Yet we were able to partner with some really incredible national organizations who see North Dakota and what we're doing. And they've said, we actually have some opportunities that we'd like to present to you, and they've been working. So we have workers in the state, in communities big and small, all across North Dakota. So we're really proud of what we've been able to achieve in a very short amount of time, especially when you consider the first half of the biennium was spent just kind of figuring out what we could do, because coming in, we really didn't know. We do have a grant program available under the Global Talent Office. This is really designed for community-based organizations and employers that are recruiting and integrating foreign-born talent and their families into their communities and organizations. That one is closed right now. We're making some updates to it, and it'll open again this fall. We have additional resources on our website that I would encourage you to check out yourself or refer employers to. I think we have some really good stuff on here to help answer a lot of questions. And then, of course, our team is standing by and ready for your call if and when you have questions. And then the last thing here I want to note is that the Global Talent Summit is coming up next week right here on Thursday. This is a free opportunity for you to come and learn about the resources that are available to you as employers or to the businesses in your communities to start leveraging foreign-born workers to address your workforce needs. Last, I'll touch on the Regional Workforce Impact Program, which we're all anxiously waiting the rollout of this one. As I mentioned this morning, the RWIP received significantly less funding than we've had in the past. We have $5 million. However, we are maintaining the regional funding model based on population. I know that this is something that we've come to expect with the RWIP, and we wanted to keep that for the sake of consistency and to build some assurance for communities all across North Dakota that they have access to these funds, or equal opportunity to apply, I should say. We are maintaining the match at 25%, and because the look of RWIP is going to be very different moving forward, we are capping the application amount because there are two tracks that an applicant could utilize. One of two, I should say. First is planning. And with this planning, a community-based organization or multiple will be required to work with an industry within your region to develop a sector strategy that's going to help address the needs of employers in that industry. Notice that I said employers plural, not just a single business need. So we're collaborating with all the manufacturers in the southwestern part of the state, or all of healthcare and rural region 4, whatever it might be, to identify ways to help address their talent needs. Maybe it's skills training, maybe it's recruitment, maybe it's retention, maybe it's, figuring out a future innovative funding model so that you have a sustainable focus on addressing the needs of an industry. We can get creative here. But the first phase might be planning, because we know that not everyone has created this kind of a plan before. We want to make sure that you have the resources available to do that. The second track is for implementation. Some communities might have a plan that they already have created within the last 5 years that they now are ready to implement. And so we have resources available for that as well. I anticipate that this will go pretty quickly because, like I said, $5 million goes really fast when you spread it across the entire state. But we are looking at more private sector partnership with this program so that meeting their needs in a more direct way, and I'm really looking forward to that. We see sector strategies working really well nationally. This is not something that we have done as much of in North Dakota, and so I'm really looking forward to implementing this because we're seeing it work really well in other parts of the country. One of the things our team is trying to do right now is figure out who is doing this really well so that we can have, a best practices webinar so that you can kind of get some inspiration from what other folks are doing around the nation. Our timeline for this is we're set to launch hopefully end of August, if not very beginning of September. The grant guidance currently is with the powers that be to get the final review and stamp of approval so that we can move forward. I've gone a little over my time, so I don't think I left any time for questions. I'll hang out for a few minutes though if you do have questions and want to chat before you hit the road. But want to thank you again for the opportunity to come and talk a little bit about the work that we're doing, because the workforce division looks a little different today than it did, a few years ago, and it's been really fun to see the transformation and the work our team is doing. And I always am so proud to represent the work that we do. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Katie. And in the words of your one reviewer, that was fabulous. So awesome work. We're drawing to a close here. I do want to kind of pre-warn you. We'll just have a few closing things here. And then there will be a Q&A period, kind of a live Q&A period with both LOIS and Lasso representatives right after this. So if you want to stay and ask deep questions, they're here until your last question's answered, or when's your flight leave? Tomorrow morning. So we're good. To close the day out, I'd like to share a few things. I want to talk about success stories for a second. I don't want to tell you about our success stories at Commerce. I want to hear your success stories. And just so happens, we have a mode and a method to get that done. It's called Power in Partnerships. It's on the Commerce website. We want to hear your stories. We want to hear your project stories. We want to hear your community stories. Whatever good is going on in your community, whether it's a project or just a feel-good story in your community, we'd like to see that on the Commerce website. We'd like to amplify that for you and make the whole state aware of it and anybody else that's driven into our website. So please take that time to make that effort to tell those stories. Those are very important. Melissa's still here? Yes, she is. We have to start telling those stories right now. In fact, we should have started, I think I wrote it down here. Preparation for the 27 session started at about 6 a.m. on May 4th, 2025. So we're already 3 months behind getting ready for next session. Those stories, the good and maybe some of the struggles that we're having, but those stories are what we're going to use to build a better North Dakota by working with our state legislators for the 27 session. So let's start building that momentum now and getting those out there. One of the things that I did here that made me the proudest today is that there's a recognition that Commerce is listening now. I hope that will continue, and I hope you continue to believe that we're listening. We are listening to you. We want to hear your input, and we want to act on that. So please keep telling us how to get better and how to help you more. We're here for that very reason. With that, I will turn over the podium. Well, actually, one last final thank you. Thank you to the entire development team that put this together. We mentioned their names before. I left the EDND folks out, but thank you so much, EDND, for partnering with us to get this done. It was a nice little get together last night as well. So this is one of our best. I've been to 3 of these. I think this is but the best one I've been to, and I've been involved in all 3 of them. So maybe I was the problem, but thank you so much. We'll now move on to LOIS and Lasso. And I see that the tables are set in the back for LOIS and Lasso questions. Look, Amy's going to be at one, and Chris is going to be at the other. And for LOIS and Lasso, Chris, write this down now. Chris, write this down. Yes. LOIS and Lasso happened because we had executive support for LOIS and Lasso this year. That's what made it happen. Well, Chris came in and said, "You're not using LOIS and Lasso? Why not? Make it happen." Yes, sir. So we went out and got it done. So thank you to Corby and thank you to Tracy and everybody else that was involved in getting LOIS and Lasso up and running. But that executive support is what got over the top. We've been talking about it for 3 years, and it's done now. So thank you for that. Mark that down now, Christopher. You'll forget by next raise season. So that's all I have. Drive safe if you're leaving now. If you're leaving later, still drive safe. Otherwise, thank you so much for spending your time with us. We're here to make North Dakota a great place, a better place, the best place it can be. So thank you.